What you're about to hear is all of gunstalkingwars.com, but the website no longer is available. So the interview of this information is reference to frequencies, the brain, neurons, attacks, implants, mind control, military operations. You're going to hear it in the background in a minute. Implants, mind control, military operations. It's 4:30 in the morning. I've been kept awake. I've got asleep, but I don't know when. But that woke me back up at 2:30 in the morning. So I must have had about 6 hours sleep or 5. I don't know what time it was. I've had sleep. The heat's got to me, and I don't know. I was watching something next minute I'm asleep. So and my lights and everything was on. A window, and luckily I had my carer friend.
A refuge is, by definition, a safe haven. When the Bible says that God is our shelter, it means that a refuge is, by definition, a safe haven. When the Bible says that God is our shelter,
it doesn't matter if you have Wi-Fi on or not, they're still going to do what they do. And this is the microwave in the cortex at the back of the brain into the ears. So microwave pets, that's what they're doing to me. That's what just trying to check on the audio. It's 20 degrees at this time of the morning. It's unbelievable. It's 20 degrees at this time of the morning. It's unbelievable. Nights they also use is extremely unlawful and non-consensual. Why do they do it? Just me. Why do they do it? Just me. I'm going to screen share while I'm doing this also. I will screen share also. They're hacking into my computer, so you have to bear with me. Hello, EL. I will screen share while I'm doing this also. Just going to make this one. Hello, EL. Screen share while I'm doing this also. EL Romeo. This is a good name you got. How are you? This is a subject you might not be aware of, and this is what I cover as well on the channel. I spelled the name right. Okay, right. So let's go and have a nose. I can't monitor the chat very well. I'm screen sharing. I bet it's, oh yeah, it is. It is. I've kept, it's weird, it's so hot. Oh, I don't know what time I better sleep. In the middle of watching something. I don't know. In the evening time, and then I woke up at 2:30 in the morning, and it's now 4 in the morning. So it's about 20 degrees over here. It's really hot. Yeah. So I just thought I'd share some sunrise. If I can find the screen share button. And then I'm going to do an audio in the background while I try and get some sleep. I've got the fans on, trying to keep me cool. Radiating over here in the room. But this is a live weather cam in North England, which is Scotland. Okay, if you don't know anything about, hold on, let me just stop. Right. So, let me just get the screen larger. Okay. Well, that's a bit weird. Hold on a minute. Right. Full screen. I keep messing about hacking into my computer. There we go. That's more like it. Right. Timestamp up on the left side of the screen. Date and time. So it's not officially sunrise until 5:30 in the morning. So this is 5:05 in the morning. You have radiation effects. I would just let this play because I won't be able to monitor it. I'm going to try and get some sleep. This is red iron oxide on the right side of the screen. And if you don't know about comms and X, I'll cover that subject too. And that is basically what the spraying, when you see all the chemical engineering spraying in the skies, or if you see a sunset in your area, you get all this redness, you know, all the hazy orange, and it's like a rainbow colours. It's basically you never at my age, you never get a white sun ever. It's a sun stimulator in front of the natural sun. So this is what you're seeing above the horizon here is a white sun. Yeah, stimulator. There's a hint of red, very faint hint of red behind it. That's comets, Nibiru, Planet X. Just below it, you've got the word yellow. The natural sun is there, but it's being masked. Then just below, and the reflections on the water gives it white. It's meant to be just one spot of the sunrise, not spread out like this. But this is worldwide, it's not just in England or Scotland. So I'll put it back to small screen, just check any comments. Wow, I think this one's slower. 9 p.m. Oh, I wish it was up over here. You get the chemtrails a lot slower, do you? Yeah. So you know exactly what we are. And basically, it's really destroying even the ability to grow your own food. It's detoxing the body's important by herbal tea. Do you know, a really good one to use if you can tolerate it is get yourself some natural herbs. And if you do bodybuilding, you might know about, supplements and minerals, um, and perhaps powders, But over here, Weeks is a really good supplement powder, and it's a mixture of very organic, and it's a mixture of minerals and vitamins, but like in a powder form. So when you take, say, a teaspoon, put it in a glass and a shake, or juice, and you do it 3 times a day, you're detoxifying these nanoparticles out your body and the barium, aluminum that's in the chemicals. And then you can boost your body up. I'm sure you know about that if you're in fitness and health. You can do that with, I've got a different type of other supplement powders, and Serenaria, if I pronounce that right, it's a very dark colour. Similar make and do it a similar way. Or apple cider vinegar with some lemon juice and honey. And a kind, you're keeping the body at a kind, the pH level is balanced. And then, of course, not tap water, bottled water and detoxing, just flush everything out. And then just, the way the world is right now is, if you got dry food in, you got tin food. So if you got a mixture of your fruit, your veg, your dry meat, your tin, the ham or corned beef, and looking at the contents of the sugar levels, protein levels. I don't want the artificial sweeteners content in any of these cans if you're having them. If you could actually stockpile up onto, at the moment, especially for the winter periods, I'm hearing in America, over here, we're going to get a tough winter. Shortages on natural gas and ability to heat. So I'm all for ways of natural off-grid survival abilities to what is cheap, affordable, and long storage will last longer. And items that you can barter with. So when the financial reset happens, one may be able to have, if you've got people you can barter with. So you've got alcohol, bottles of alcohol or cigarettes for exchange for some fruit or meal or something. I look on this style of the military position, the military style. And if you go back in history, look at World War One and Two, you still might be able to find the old water canteens. But camouflaging materials is very important at the moment, because when the shite hits the fan, and you might just get a lot more civil unrest and say it always seems to start off in England, goes to America, then England, Australia, America, then Canada. So when it's going to kick off, it just goes around that way, and then the rest of the world. So educateyourself.org is a really, really good resource information. It doesn't give you BS, it doesn't give you conspiracies, it gives you information that you can go up and research. There's 21 goals of the Illuminati. Now, when you look how the gang culture originally started, it's nothing new. You go back in the really long history, and textbooks, education establishments, it's all been fabricated. So the real independent sources of information and research, it is really just up for the individual for their own discernment. And trust your gut. Always trust your gut of what's right for your situation, your family, and never, ever, ever, in my opinion anyway, believe in the mainstream media, the narrative. Because if you got military doing the psyops, you're about to hear an audio in a minute. What do you think they're controlling the press? What's getting out? Distractions. Keep you glued to the telly, football, sports programs. But if you keep your mind, your spirit, your soul, your physical body intact the best you can, amongst ways the other people may be just losing the plot because certain subjects I can't cover on here, I'm aware of. But the targeting, the gang stalking subjects, which I'm about to cover in a minute. This is where a long time now, the patterns, the documents from 1950s, far back as that. It's the first one I found, and then a whole list of others, where they're tested non-consensually on human subjects, kids as well, dogs, Mother Nature. So I became aware of my situation in 2018 after my mum died. And I become aware of the satanic, of the ritual satanic child abuse, and a lot more deeper stuff than that. So I'm in a very not good position around here in the UK of what I know. I'm not a whistleblower, I'm just me. But the MK Ultra part of the brain, the trauma-based mind control, is where they use psychological tactics and the triggers to say you experience a traumatic event, and that can have an impact on your daily effects of life. And then you might get the odd trigger or two, or bad day or whatever, and that just can relive those events. So, this advancement in technology on top may just aggravate it more. So on that point, let's stop this pop-ups. Have you heard of a YouTuber? Yes, he's excellent. He is so switched on with his what he's capturing is very he's I would say he's about 98% there in what he's uncovering, and it's really refreshing to see people awaken like that. I've been a sky watcher for many years. So what he's capturing, and there's a lot of other webcams you can do that, is like I would be careful, in my viewpoint, on when he mentions about spaceships. Okay. There's a great, in this website, educateyourself.org, if you go into project, the subject project, Blue Bee, that's where the alien deception comes in. And the ships, it's man-made technology, working with Tesla. If you don't know about Tesla, the original technology goes back, gosh, 1800s, 1920s, maybe a bit early. JP Morgan banking corporations trying to buy the technology and patents. They knew about wireless technology all that years ago. So advancement in technology now is extremely very, very advanced. They're not going to let the public know, are they? So when he uncovers, and I'm seeing him capture, and he's doing a bloody good job, like many people do. It's just like he's almost there, and if he knew about why the skies are being prepared, at the moment England anyway, for quite well, how long now? About 6 months. The very light blue colours is getting the sky prepared for the world ultimate illusion of like whatever an individual's belief systems are, Buddha, God, Muslim religion, whatever, they want to project the technology, or what's it called? In Dubai and other European and Far East countries have this technology. I forgot what it's called. Hologram projections up into the sky, like, oh look, Jesus is descending, into earth and raptured here. And then it might, if you're Catholic, it might be something else projecting, coming down to sky, like saving humanity. And this will be broadcasted by the advancement in the positions of satellites around the globe. And it will be all synced together. It's very much controlled in the underground the underground bases, military bases worldwide. The technology is extremely advanced, and it's all about getting one world thinking mindset, one world, everything, banking, controlled, the food, water supply, but it's all combined. So this is why I always just stream the website from me. I've done over the years, and you've got the subject. Pick which one you want first, and be careful the rabbit holes you go down. And then, yeah, if you go down on the weather manipulation, harp engineering, you go down on alien deception, you go on the mind control. The first one, in my opinion, is the 21 goals of the Illuminati. The year is dated 1994. I was a young woman. I had no clue about all this years ago. And it's like, oh my gosh, what did I find out? Anyway, on that note, let's watch a weather cam. So, yeah, it is all about military, personally getting the body prepared, the mind, body, and soul. And he does an excellent, well, many people do. Let me just. Hello, Jesus Christ, the truth. How are you? Have you watched the movie called Nope? I haven't. God bless. I just subscribed. Oh, bless you. And how are you today? No, what is the film called? Nope. See if I can find it on my phone. Hold on, let's have a look. The times we're living in. Just do a search. Is it known? Let's have a look. NOPE. Okay. Let's have a look. I'll do an explained version. Let's have a look. Yeah. Deception, isn't it? These are not aliens. Okay. The Great Deception. Yeah, I can see that. The Hungry Beast. This is Nephilians. I don't know if anybody knows about the mix of the they call it fallen angels, but it's serpents. The Luciferian, I call it foot soldiers, really, mixing with human women on earth. The Book of Enoch is very good actually to research and to listen to actually. If you're not that religious, it doesn't matter. It just gives you some really good ancient history. So, there's Nicholas 1968.com, I think the website is, and he breaks down a long time ago, mind you, a lot of the symbolism. These global elites are always getting out in music, TV, radio, etc., of what they're already planned. What they get out in their symbology, they always going to get out. And if one is not discernment, happen to see through it, then you're not going to know. Yes, it's entertaining, and just be careful when you're watching these kind of hidden meaning movies, space horror. It is not a movie because if you don't know about military ops, well, my labs it's called, it's Black Ops operations. I'm a survivor of sick things they do to me, and the supersoldiers.org, and this is .net, the website, and Super Soldiers might have a YouTube channel. You've got testimonies, evidence. It goes into how, why, and how the technology is doing this to human. All these so long ago is implied alien adoptions. Kids, adults, but it's actually military. There's so many books I've read, and it was sickening to get the evidence I've got. So, still is sickening, really is. Can't put it into words. Um, I saw someone's video. She was streaming herself sleeping because being attacked by the frequencies at night, and I saw the shadow of a demonic entity in front of the camera move slowly across her. I every single night, if I can audio stream like this, because I'm always and rerouted my main internet connections always happening. But if I can't do the streaming and the visual like this, I'll do the audio, and I'm picking up. It's things I can't go into specific because it plays into hands of the enemy, the intercomplex. So I keep things audio based and offline, documented dates, times, because it's all interlinked. It's not just one thing. So with the underground bases worldwide, it's not just about storage of things for the world collapsing. They know that humanity is rising, awakening spiritually. So whether you have mainstream religion or you're just spiritual as a soul, and you come to your point in enlightenment, and you're not part of the occultism, this is a Luciferian, if you don't mind my own opinion. This is a Luciferian world we're living in. So if you're in the world and you want the latest cars, the houses, and all the girls, and partying and all that kind of thing, then it's up to you. It's called freedom of choice, you know. And been there, done it, got the t-shirt, not quite with the females, but I've been there, done it, I've seen a lot. None of it, not 1 inch of it bothers me. And it really, what is more important is your eternal, your soul. Your physical body will wear out. They're hacking into your brain. They want to upload the human brain. They're already doing this to the supercomputer D-Wave. The supercomputer network, a lot of them are based in Utah, and they're building more in America. So why? When you haven't seen or might have come across a film called Translucent, or what's the word I'm looking for? Transcendent. I can't pronounce the word, you have to excuse me. It's about literally conjunction with AI, technology, transhumanism, mixing the man, woman, individual, the body to the machine. So with the future of medical data, bio data, implantable data, wearable data, why do they think they want people to wear smartwatches, monitor your health? You get these devices you wear, you think it's convenient, you can monitor your own health. But when you don't realize the technology attached inside the device onto your skin, what is it penetrating? You see, these very advancement in medical data, medical bio, census data, and how they can inject the body, and why is it in the world they want to collapse economy, medical infrastructure, especially in England, and it's all about remote monitoring people. I've read the policies in my area already. The advancement in the documents and policies is from I would say, correction, 2023 and the year 2050. And when you look back at the movie Avatar and re-look at it, and look at the guy in the wheelchair when he's put into the medical hub and he's on that, it's like a life machine type design hub, and is transformed into another body. The symbolism in that movie is hinting about when the brain is uploaded to the supercomputer D-Wave. You can be the brain and the consciousness, subconsciousness downloaded into any kind of, not a human body. It could be any kind of sympathetic made body artificially, And when you go back in history, look at the movie Mars Attacks, and when you see in the movie script, you see the female reporter, her head is transferred into a dog, and the male reporter, his head is transferred onto another. It's symbolism of the technology they have. It's sickening what they really have. And if a mass of people, don't already know, their hearts are going to fail. The shock in what they've ever been taught is going to completely collapse. And the globalist elites don't want that anarchy. They're preparing for the world, was already happening, the unrest. But when you're fighting amongst each other, conquer and divide is what they want. To give the excuse to bring in the military, UN, world military domination. But it's not going to be by people on the ground level. It's going to be by technology. It's a bit like the Majority Report movies. And when you look at Majority Report and you look at pre-crime, and the scripts are very well done. But when you're going to actually break it down and you learn the reality of this advancement in technology of the brain, interface, and then why do they need community-based, organised gang stalkers, police informers to monitor people 24 hours a day? There's so much that goes on with it. It's because they want to keep people on the edge. They want to psychologically get into your psyche and think that all these things happening to you is your fault. It's not. It is a military position, and that's why I'm coming to the audio. Let me just cut this out. Okay. Trust me, I'm almost everything I wanted. And just like that, it was gone. So I'd say that. Yeah, absolutely. It's a big club for me, isn't it? And that's a very, very, very good statement. Oh, yes. So on that point, I'm going to go. Very intelligent comment there. So I'm going to put that up and keep the audio screen showing the sunrise. Plug this in so we've got audio. In the meantime, I'm going to try and get to sleep. So I don't personally respond to anybody. It's not been ignorant. I just got to get some rest. Let's get a night now. Local audio Just got to find where the plug hole is. Okay, audio coming up. Work brain interesting.
Killed by this nation of Seattle, Washington. I later found out that they were also using frequency weapons against their own employees. When I became aware of this activity, I resigned in protest in January of this year, 2017, and I immediately reported these crimes to the FBI, local, and state police and the Department of Justice. As many of you may be aware, my company, SIS, was contracted with the Amazon Corporation, and it was on Amazon property where SIS employees were experimented on and tortured with frequency weapons that included voice to skull, hive mind, behavior modification, and what we at GameStalker Wars have termed total individual control technology that involves the use of implants, nanotechnology, and the use of microwave and radio frequencies that are directed at the targeted individual for the purposes of inducing voices within their head, thoughts within their mind, controlling dreams, rewiring neural pathways, controlling the electrical signals that control the human mind. Also, this technology is capable of controlling an individual's emotions, and it is capable of controlling an individual's actions. It can control the vital systems of the body. It can also control the endocrine system of the body and major organs. It can be used to increase stamina. It can be used to induce pain. It can be also used to see through the eyes of the target and hear through the ears of the target. And it was these aspects of the technology that my company, SIS, was particularly interested in. It is also aspects of the technology that our military and intelligence agencies are particularly interested in. This technology is truly invasive. It is extremely damaging to the targeted individual. The long-term effects of being subjected to microwave frequencies and radio frequencies 24 hours a day, 7 days a week have documented effect.
You can't see me right now because I've got my tape over my video camera.
This technology is truly invasive. It is extremely damaging to the targeted individual. The long-term effects of being subjected to microwave frequencies and radio frequencies 24 hours a day, 7 days a week have documented effects on the human body, eyesight, hearing, overall and general health, the deterioration of joints and bones and muscles, and the deterioration of teeth, the enamel in teeth, tooth loss, and the overall deterioration of health are known health risks and damaging effects of frequency weapons. We are also aware of at GameStalkerWars.com of several individuals who have been killed by this technology. This technology is being used to murder American citizens, and it is something that needs to be exposed, and it's something that needs to be stopped immediately. As I mentioned, my company was contracted with the Amazon Corporation. Amazon is one of the largest corporations in the world, and it was on Amazon property where SIS employees were being experimented on. This took place in the Amazon campus in downtown Seattle, where Amazon due to its success as a corporation, has built over 50 skyscrapers and buildings in downtown Seattle. There's an entire section of downtown Seattle that's called Amazonia because this corporation so thoroughly dominates the city center there. It is highly concerning to us at gangstalkerwars.com, and this information has been made available to the FBI of Amazon's involvement in this illegal program that is targeting and torturing American citizens. In Amazon-owned buildings, the employees of SIS were being experimented on with frequency weapons. During my time at SIS, I also became aware of the fact that this illegal program that some have described as a social engineering program, the use of frequency weapons to engineer society to the liking of those who control this technology. It is also a research and development program where aspects of the military industrial intelligence complex of our country are partnering with corporations and private companies like Amazon and SIS to experiment on human test subjects with frequency weapons for their research and development for military intelligence applications. It is in this context that this technology is being used in Seattle right now against the homeless population of Seattle. And because of my time at SIS, I am aware of the involvement of DESC, Downtown Emergency Services Center, which is a homeless shelter located at 505 3rd Avenue in Seattle, Washington, 98104. They also have another homeless shelter located at 157 Roy Street in Queen Anne, Washington, where homeless men and women who are housed in their homeless shelters are being experimented on with frequency weapons that include voice to skull, behavior modification, and total individual control aspects of the technology. It is important to understand that there is a tacit approval that has been given by someone in a very powerful position within this country to homeless shelters, mental health agencies, mental health organizations, and also medical doctors to use this technology, frequency weapons, to experiment on or to treat covertly without the patient's knowledge, psychiatric patients, and also pain patients. We at Gang Stalker Wars have found out that within the pain management industry, frequency weapons are being used to treat pain and pain-related symptoms. It's also being used, of course, in the mental health industry. And much of this is being done in an illegal manner, where people are being given false psychological diagnoses in order to get them into psychiatric programs so that this technology can be used against them. Okay, moving along, let's get into shielding and some of the things that targeted individuals can do to protect themselves and defend themselves from the effects of the technology. When it comes to shielding, I found that the material that works best in most cases is copper. Unfortunately, copper is extremely hard to come by in the most effective form, which are these thin metal sheets. If you can get your hands on these, do so. They're usually only available through the mail. You have to order them. If anybody finds a good retailer where you can go in and buy these in a store, please let the rest of us know. The idea with copper and with most shielding techniques is the electrical principle of grounding. What you want to do is ground yourself and ground the things surrounding you to get rid of the electrostatic charge that builds up throughout the day on your body. And by grounding yourself, you will greatly reduce the effects of the technology against you. When it comes to copper sheets, what I have found to be extremely effective, I'll lay down a layer of aluminum foil, and then I'll lay down a copper sheet on top of that. Take off your shoes and your socks, and with your bare feet, rest your feet on top of the copper sheet. Make sure that the arch on the bottom of your foot, that middle point there, is actually touching the copper. That is a point that is significant in terms of the electromagnetic field of your body. As long as it is touching the copper, it will electrically ground your body, and it will greatly reduce the effects of the technology. Wood is also a great material for grounding. If you can, stay away from carpet, stay away from cloth couches, and instead stand with bare feet on a wooden floor. Also sit in wooden chairs anytime you can. I've also found that simply holding pieces of wood in the palm of your hands, your hands are also an electromagnetically significant area on the body. When you hold wood in your hands, it will help to electrically ground you. You can also take wood and place it on your forehead, also on the top of your head, and you will notice a grounding effect and an immediate lessening of the negative effects of the technology. The same principle applies to grounding mats or anti-static mats. These are used by electricians who work on electrical equipment who do not want to electrocute themselves while working. These can be found in many stores like Home Depot, Lowe's, Walmart sometimes carries them. They also have grounding yoga mats that people use for yoga. The idea with these is you plug them into the wall to the grounding port in your standard electrical outlet in your wall in your house, at least within the United States. I hear it's different in Europe. So do your own research online, and you plug these in, and the entire mat is grounded. And so when you rest your exposed bare skin on the mat, it will ground your body as well. You can stand on it with bare feet. You can rest a bare arm on it, so the bare skin is touching it, and it will electrically ground you. These are fairly affordable and is a great way to lessen the effects of the technology. Magnets as well can be used with great effects to protect yourself from the technology. I think we're all familiar with neodymium magnets, which can be expensive and hard to come by, but those are very very effective. If you hold them up to areas in your body where you know you have an implant, a neodymium magnet held against an implant for a period of about 24 to 48 hours, if you have the endurance to do that, it can actually deactivate the implant. If you can't find any sufficiently large neodymium magnets, you can try these ceramic magnets. I got these at Michael's for about $10.99, and they also sell them at Walmart. They got them for about $7 there. And what you do is you make a roll of these magnets. As you can see here, they're individual magnets. They're attracted now. What you want to do is have them repelling each other. You want to force them together, repelling each other, wrap them in duct tape, and carry them around with you. And each roll will create about a 4-foot electromagnetic field around you that will interfere with the frequency signal that is attacking you from the technology. And it will provide you a great deal of relief from the negative effects of the technology. The other thing you can do with these is wrap some of these repelling magnets wrapped in duct tape and aluminum foil. Put that on your forehead, right against your frontal lobe, right above the eyebrows, and right in the spot in between your eyebrows, where the third eye would be, the pineal gland, and place them there. And these two rolls, these opposing magnets wrapped in aluminum foil, placed over my forehead in that area, actually completely stopped the voice to skull aspects of the technology, completely canceled it out. So that was highly effective for me, and it is a very good, cheap way to defend yourself from the voice to skull aspects of the tech. When it comes to shielding, there's a lot of research out there, and so I would say do your own research and find out what works best for you. But there's a guy out there, Tony Palanteresco, and I'm pretty sure I butchered that. I'm sorry, Tony, but this is his YouTube channel, Herbs Plus Beadworks, and this guy is absolutely brilliant. He's accumulated just a ton of outstanding information on all things shielding for electromagnetic frequencies, radio frequencies, and also the effects of nanotechnology and some of the barium and strontium and the stuff that's in the chemtrails that we're being constantly bombarded with in this country. Check out his YouTube channel. Again, it's Herbs Plus Beadworks. He also has a website, which is augmentinforce.50webs.com, and a lot of outstanding information there on shielding. Another thing I wanted to bring to people's attention is the YouTube channel of a guy who goes by the name Dennis the Torture. This is a targeted individual who is just a brilliant brilliant man, and he's come up with a absolutely ingenious way to detect implants within targeted individuals. And I want to make sure he gets full credit for this discovery because, as we all know, what we go through with being a targeted individual, he put in a lot of work and a lot of time, and he came up with some great discoveries that could benefit us all. So again, this is compliments of Dennis the Tortured on YouTube. And in this video right here, the huge secrets for targeted individuals, he shares with us to detect implants. And it is by using the Super Ear app that you can download onto your cell phone. It's a very simple app. What you want to do is set it to the indoor setting, turn the app all the way up, get a pair of headphones, plug them into your cell phone, put one headphone in one ear, and hold the microphone of your cell phone up to any part of your body to see if you have an implant. If you have an implant, you will hear an extremely loud beeping and then an extremely loud screeching and screaming sound that is unmistakable. And if you hear that, then your microphone is over a part of your body that has an implant. And this is important, extremely important for targeted individuals because it is evidence that we can use to tell people, they can no longer tell us that we're crazy or these are psychiatric symptoms of a mental condition when we have actual physical implants in us that we can prove that we have through this ingenious method of detection using the Super Ear app. So thanks again to Dennis the Tortured for that discovery. Good work, and I hope you're doing well, Dennis. Your information certainly helped me out a lot. Finally, in terms of shielding, I think we all know that the one surefire way, foolproof way to defend yourself from frequency weapons, Faraday cage. Cages, unfortunately, though, are very large, they're very expensive, and you need a permanent residence where you can build one of these things in order to take advantage of its protective qualities. They're built with copper. Some people use aluminum. They also use steel is an effective material, and you can see some of the more elaborate models, and they can get pretty expensive. And as a targeted individual, career sabotage, character assassination, and all the stuff we go through, it's often very difficult to come up with the amount of money that one needs to build one of these. But if you have the financial resources and a permanent place where you can build one of these, build one, and they are extremely effective, the most effective way to protect yourself from the effects of frequency weapons. So I would recommend, if possible, everybody do that, because short of that, there really is no way that I'm aware of to fully protect yourself from the technology. And that is why we need legal action. That is why we need people in positions of power in this country to do something about what is being done to innocent American citizens. On that topic, that brings us to SAIC. SAIC is a very powerful defense contractor that is involved in the research and development of highly sophisticated state-of-the-art technology for military and intelligence applications. Some of you may have heard about SAIC if you have studied at all the attacks of September 11th. It turns out that SAIC is a manufacturer of directed energy weapons and is involved in the research and development of directed energy weapons. And they were made semi-famous within the alternative research community by the outstanding work of Dr. Judy Wood, a former professor of mechanical engineering who actually sued Applied Research Associates and Science Applications International Corporation, SAIC, for the work they did for NIST in preparing the report that supposedly explained the destruction of the World Trade Center buildings on September 11, 2001. Of course, their fraudulent report claimed that burning jet fuel, weakened the trusses and caused pancake collapse of the World Trade Center. Of course, this is factually untrue. And in publishing this report, Science Applications International Corporation, Applied Research Associates, and others, on behalf of NIST, produced a fraudulent scientific report with taxpayer dollars. And since one cannot sue the government of the United States of America, you can't sue them, but you can sue the contractors they hire with taxpayer dollars, and they are obligated to produce scientifically truthful reports with taxpayer money. They fail to do so in the case of the NIST report concerning the 9/11 attacks, and as a result, they were sued by Dr. Judy Wood in relation to those attacks. SAIC, like I said, is involved with the development of directed energy weapons. Directed energy weapons, of course, are the general category of weapon that frequency, hive line, voice to skull, total individual control, psychotronic weapons fall under. And because we know Science Applications International Corporation is involved in the research and development of these kind of weapons, we are not surprised to find them connected to such initiatives as the BRAIN Initiative, which was supported by President Obama and carried out by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. And under the BRAIN Initiative, DARPA is researching and developing neurotechnology. It is studying the human brain, neuropathways, and how the human brain functions, and studying the human brain with an eye towards merging it with sophisticated technology. There is a subsection of the BRAIN Initiative that is called subnets, which involves the implanting of microchips into human beings in the human brain. And some of the applications for this technology that is being researched under the BRAIN Initiative is restoring active memory, revolutionizing prosthetics, and on it goes. Reversing, and here you can see the systems-based neurotechnology for emerging therapies of the subnets program that I referred to. I mention SAIC because as you dig deeper into what's been going on in this country within the covert aspects of our military-industrial intelligence complex, you find the name SAIC popping up all over the place. This is a 2015 article written by Nafez Ahmed, a brilliant independent journalist who wrote this article titled "How the CIA Made Google: Inside the Secret Network Behind Mass Surveillance, Endless War, and Skynet." And the reason I refer to this is because this article details research and development programs and think tanks that were intimately involved in the creation of what we would now call the surveillance state. A surveillance state that is, as you can see, started being researched and developed back in the mid-1990s. And we now have seen come to full fruition in our time in 2017. And this surveillance state now uses frequency weapons, highly intrusive brain hacking technology in the form of psychotronic weapons that can read minds, induce voices and thoughts within human beings' minds. And it is now being used, as GangstalkerWars.com has learned, not only in a research and development capacity, but it is being used in an operational capacity against political dissidents within the United States of America. Quoting from the article here, in 1999, the CIA created its own venture capital investment firm, In-Q-Tel, to fund promising startups that might create technologies useful for intelligence agencies. But the inspiration for In-Q-Tel came earlier, when the Pentagon set up its own private sector outfit. Known as the Highlands Forum, this private network is operated as a bridge between the Pentagon and powerful American elites outside the military since the mid-1990s. Despite changes in civil administrations, the network around the Highlands Forum has become increasingly successful in dominating U.S. defense policy. That's very important because it's forums like this and think tanks like this that are, as we just read, dominating U.S. defense policy. And it is U.S. defense policy that is putting forward initiatives like the BRAIN Initiative and putting forward initiatives for the research and development of direct energy weapons and frequency weapons, psychotronic weapons that are now being used against targeted individuals all over America. Continuing. Giant defense contractors like Booz Allen Hamilton and Science Applications International Corporation, SAIC, are sometimes referred to as the shadow intelligence community due to the revolving doors between them and government and their capacity to simultaneously influence and profit from defense policy. And that is a dangerous combination right there for any country that imagines itself to be free or aspires to be free, simultaneously influencing and profiting from defense policy. Well, while these contractors compete for power and money, they also collaborate where it counts. The Highlands Forum has for 20 years provided an off-the-record space for some of the most prominent members of the shadow intelligence community to convene with senior U.S. government officials alongside other leaders in relevant industries. And it goes on. The Highlands Forum, Clippinger, was founded by a retired U.S. Navy Captain Dick O'Neill. Delegates include senior U.S. military officials across numerous agencies and divisions, captains, rear admirals, generals, colonels, majors, and commanders, as well as members of DoD leadership. And it goes on to detail SAIC, which stands for the U.S. Defense Firm Science Applications International Corporation, which changed its name to Leidos in 2013, operating SAIC as a subsidiary. SAIC Leidos is among the top 10 largest defense contractors in the U.S. and works closely with the U.S. intelligence community, especially the NSA. According to investigative journalist Tim Shorrock, hope I'm pronouncing that right, the first to disclose the vast extent of the privatization of U.S. intelligence with its seminal book, Spies for Hire, SAIC has a symbiotic relationship with the NSA. The agency is the company's largest single customer, and SAIC is the NSA's largest contractor. And it goes on, and I suggest that everybody read this brilliant article by Nafez Ahmed entitled How the CIA Founded Google. I bring this up because the Highlands Forum that we just read about in that article had its first meeting in Carmel Highlands, which is located next to Monterey, California, in California. Monterey, California is home to the Defense Language Institute. The Defense Language Institute is involved in training young military men and women, soldiers, Marines, sailors, and airmen in foreign languages, and they will then be utilized in a military intelligence capacity for our country. I bring this up because this Highlands Forum, which involves SAIC, is meeting at Carmel Highlands, which is located near the Defense Language Institute. GainstalkerWars.com, through a confidential source that wishes to remain anonymous at this time, has informed us that frequency weapons, hive mind psychotronic weapons, are being used against U.S. servicemen and women in the Monterey, California area. This area is a hub for not only military intelligence, but extremely wealthy private business families, properties, and of course people associated with naval intelligence, military intelligence, and the Defense Language Institute. GainstalkerWars.com has learned through other confidential sources that it is not only servicemen and women of our armed forces that are being subjected to frequency weapons, but it is also their friends and their family and the people surrounding them in their lives, in a program that very much resembles the Targeted Individual program. So here we have in Monterey, California, evidence of the fact that frequency weapons are being used against our servicemen and women in our armed forces and against military intelligence personnel. This is a major national security problem for our country, and it needs to be addressed immediately. Continuing with SAIC. SAIC not only is involved in the development of directed energy weapons, but as you can see here in a declassified CIA document obtained through the Freedom of Information Act, they are also involved in the cognitive sciences and the research and development of technologies that are related to the cognitive sciences. Here you see the Cognitive Science Laboratory in Palo Alto, California. Here you can see on the Central Intelligence Agency's own website, the SAIC experiment database. They have so many contracts with the military intelligence community that they actually have an entire database to them on the CIA's website. And here you can see this in reference to, again, the Cognitive Sciences Laboratory. the exact same kind of scientific research that is being done within DARPA's BRAIN initiative, and the exact same type of scientific research that is being supported and promoted by the Highlands Forum, which involve DOD, SAIC, the Office of Net Assessment, and other military intelligence, the NSA and CIA, who are now, as you read in that article, in control of U.S. defense policy. And here we see, again in reference to SAIC, a reference to the protection of human test subjects in research. This again is found on the Central Intelligence Agency's own website in documents that were released as part of the Freedom of Information Act. Here you see the same declassified document, the protection of human subjects in research. And this, of course, proves that elements of our national security state are, in fact, experimenting on human test subjects, just like I testified to is going on in Seattle, Washington. And lower in this article, you can see that it is SAIC, once again, that is named in connection with these crimes. And the list goes on and on. I encourage everyone to visit sometime the declassified documents section through the Freedom of Information Act on the CIA's website. There is much that you will learn there about all things having to do with this. DARPA spent $65 million to fund brain-computer interfaces that can cure diseases. This is what's going on, ladies and gentlemen, in the United States of America today. This is why you are receiving voice-to-skull transmissions. This is why you are being attacked with microwave and frequency weapons. You are unfortunately being used by the national security state, the military-industrial intelligence complex of this country, for the purposes of researching and developing highly sophisticated state-of-the-art technology that is primarily concerned with the human mind and how it operates, how to hack it, and how to harness its computing power to inform AI technology in the future and inform the computer systems of our military intelligence, and major corporations in this country, so that they can game plan out scenarios and simulations so that they can make the best decisions possible concerning the future of our country. The problem with this entire thing, of course, is, as we just saw, they're experimenting on human beings, you and me, and many, many others. And this needs to be brought to the attention of lawmakers. It needs to be brought to the attention of law enforcement and agencies with the proper jurisdiction, investigative powers, and the power of arrest to look into these people, to shut down these programs, to pursue any relevant judicial action against them, but most importantly, to stop the illegal experimentation and torture of innocent American citizens that is going on each and every day. As we already mentioned, this is being used for experimental purposes. What you might not know is that GameStalkerWars.com has found out that this technology is now gone operational, has gone live, and is being used in an operational capacity within the United States of America today. And it is being used in that context against, and I'm quoting our source here, against free-thinking, awake and aware individuals who have the courage to speak out about what is going on in this country. In other words, this technology is being used against political dissidents who do not agree with what is going on within the corridors of power within the United States of America today. And that is a dangerously disturbing trend. And the fact that you are a targeted individual means that you are one of these free-thinking, awake and aware individuals. You are the very people that some people in power in this country are very scared of. They are worried that people like you exist, and they are trying to literally reprogram our minds to be more to their liking, to be more docile, to be more asleep, to be less intelligent, and to be more submissive to their power and to their will over us in our own lives. And we must never let this happen. We must remember who we are. We must remember who we were before we became targeted individuals. And we must remember who it is that they are trying to program out of us. And it is ourselves, our true selves, that believe in liberty and democracy and freedom and the constitutional rule of law as the only legal and justifiable law of the land, and that we must return to that and adhere to that stringently and without question if we wanted to survive as a country and survive as the America we all grew up knowing and loving and supporting. So hang in there, TIs. I want to thank all of you again for your support. I want to thank Allison again for putting on this great conference, and thank you all.
All right, hi. I have been documenting some things lately that just transpired in my life. And that's kind of how I'm going about doing this, because I don't know what else to do other than just kind of tell my story. And might be meaningless to some people, might be really interesting to some people, so I thought I'd just go ahead and try it. I just found something from when I was a kid that I thought was kind of interesting. I mean, I didn't just find that matter for a long time, and I've read it a few times recently because it was just so interesting to me. I'll get to that. But I wanted to start with like where I grew up. This when I was a kid. This is where this came from. I grew up in Central California, around Mojave Desert area, Lancaster, where I was born. Lancaster area, where I went to school, Lancaster, at a private Baptist school until I was in 3rd grade. I went to a preschool called the Peach Factory. There, I went to that school through 3rd grade.
Het is Live Happy Sale met TUI. Boek nu je vakantie en ontvang tot wel €200 extra korting per persoon. TUI.
Powerless. Then you don't remember that.
Opposing magnets wrapped in loop. Used as game star before his time, Thomas learned. In documents that were released.
To get the nurse to come back and tell her, listen, there's other prescriptions that you need that you didn't get. And so, but anyway, I got her Tylenol, so she at least has that. I don't know how she just deals with Tylenol. I would like go out of my mind with, I can't take Tylenol. But anyway, I named this No One Like You because I was sitting outside by myself at night. Imagine that. And I was thinking about my online friends. And you know what? There's no one like you. There's no one face to face that I know that's like you. Yeah, you. I mean, it's specifically you. Good morning, me. How are you? But there's no one like you. You know, as far as being like-minded, the topics we talk about. And I was talking to Abba, and I told him, you know, my life has changed so drastically. I wouldn't know how to go back to my old life, and I surely would not again. I also asked Abba, was it my own free will, or did you draw me to you? Because I'm hoping that with my own free will, I chose him. Because I've heard that, you know, God draws people to him, but I'm not sure if I was one of those people or not. I know I went seeking him, that's for sure. So, but either way, there's nobody like you. There really isn't. Not to the point where I can sit and talk and feel comfortable and like I have camaraderie, to be honest. I'm good. I'm sick and tired of cooking. I didn't eat. Well, I did eat yesterday, but not much of anything. And with the vomiting back the past few days, like, I'm tired. I'm tired. So I daydream of having my car fixed, that's for sure. I had some issues with my alters last night. I've been doing pretty darn well, not lashing out. I think. But I know I've had lash outs. I just think that I've kept them contained, which is great. That's what I want, self-control and self-discipline across the
similar technology
with
involved
all
on
of
this
my
whole
alters too. And
when this battleship
I
arrived
woke
in
up
the
and
harbor and then up into the Philadelphia
I hope I
Navy
just
Yard,
stayed off the computer.
January of
last night.
1940 approximately.
I didn't see any
It was
damage
perhaps a
done,
little earlier than that, but in any
but I
case,
woke
at that
up
time,
and I had a stack of notes. My alter left me, and it was really hard to read the handwriting. But my alter doesn't like people. That's all I gotta say. She just does not like people. So long as she just tells me and Yeshua and not the outside world, that would be a good idea. I just have to say I'm not programmed to be someone's friend. It's tough. Good morning, Chris. Alters, hang in there with Yeshua. Oh yeah, absolutely, Chris. I'd have to probably say a good portion of me is reintegrated, but there's also another portion of me that's not. But when I stay in prayer with Abba, I feel whole again, so there's no problem. That's another thing I can talk to you guys about altars, but anybody else, oh my gosh, I wouldn't feel comfortable, really. I'm comfortable here, but there's no one like you. I'm going to say some things, and if people hear this, if people hear this, I don't want them to take it the wrong way. I've reunited, or people have, I don't know, what do you say? When you reunite with old friends that you went to grammar school with, or high school, or college, or that you worked with, and like time passes and then they reach out to you and you start talking again, reunite like that. Hey, Ethan, you know what? You popped into my head this morning. Or was it yesterday? My dreams are starting to come back, Ethan. I got two thoughts and I'm drawing blanks now. Ethan, I keep asking Abba if there's a message he has for us. Like any major catastrophe, what's going on. Yeah. Things are quiet this summer, I think. It's just a quiet summer. Like I'm waiting for something to explode and it's not exploding. But I don't think that he has a message for us. I think it's normal functioning. No major catastrophes, I don't think. But I asked them, Ethan, for all of us. But you did, honest, I'm not lying. You popped in my head this morning. And then what was I saying before that? The reuniting. And I'm really happy to reunite with people. Like, it's a nice surprise. It's like awesome. It's like, wow, somebody thought of me and they actually reached out and typed me. And You know, I've known him for 30 years or 40 years. One person reached out to me that I knew when I was 5 years old, and they sent me a picture of them and I dressed up as 5 years old. I was like, no way. I wanted to talk to that person, but maybe all of my Jesus talk scared them away, which is probably what happened. Or the super soldier stuff. Friday Night Fever. Good morning, Oscar. Then one person tried to use his said mafia connections to woo me. That went over like a lead balloon with my altars. I wasn't really happy about that. I was not happy that when that person thought of me, that was what they thought. I'm not looking to, I am looking to uphold my vow of celibacy, definitely. So that was a major bummer. I did not take that as a compliment at all. He got blocked in the end because I just don't want to hear from him again. I don't understand why he can't ask his girlfriend to take care of his needs. Moving on. So, one friend told me, I'll come up and visit you. I'll take you food shopping and whatever you need to do. I'll come up. I was like, you always say this. And sure enough, I got blown off. I'm not mad. I know it's going to happen. But he's got bad back problems anyway. But I really could have used the company. I really could have used it. He doesn't understand. Like, he's like face to face. There's something to be said for face to face. I don't have much of that. Ian Clayton, you mean Clayton, that man that prays? He's always got the best prayers. That man, yeah. I didn't meet him personally, but online, oh geez, I'd love to if we're talking about the same person. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him popping up in my queue anymore if we're talking about the same person. No, we're not talking about the same guy. I'll check him out. I'm not. Oh, God, I saw the rapture word. I'm keeping a good sense of humor about it. I'll check him out. Thank you. I was thinking of someone else, and now I can't remember that other person's name. But anyway, I really got it good with you guys, and I know it. And I mean it. I cherish the bonds that I made with people online. I really do. I just wish you guys were here. And it gets lonesome without that human interaction. And I gotta tell you, I miss Keeper and Saba so much. I don't really know what to do with myself about that one. I'm gonna make some tea. Hang on a second. My bed head isn't too bad. But I'm not feeling good at all, that's for sure. Honestly, I could go for a couple of Dilaudid and a couple of Valium. A couple of Dilaudid and one Valium. A couple of Valiums. I wish, it was like 30, 20 years ago where I could just go to my internal medicine docs and be like, Doc, help me for a few days. And he would. Instead, nowadays, you got to go through all this red tape. Doctors won't give you medicine. They let their personal opinions get in the way. You got to wait 6 months, or you have to pay $350 out of pocket just to go to a pain management specialist. And then, good luck finding one that'll even put out medicine. Even the black market, it doesn't have pills anymore. It's just got heroin or fentanyl. And I'm not into either one of those. I remember when I was in the trauma unit and they gave me fentanyl. Oh, I didn't like it. That nurse came running in. When she gave it to me, I was like, wait a minute, what did you put in me? Something feels weird. She goes, fentanyl. We have to move you, Ollie, and you're already in pain. I had to give you something more or you're not going to make it. I was like, you don't understand. I can't tolerate the feeling of fentanyl. My mom put one of those patches on me, and it felt like fingers and wires were going through my body. I'm like, I can't tolerate the feeling. Like, this will put me in panic right now. The nurse came running back in with a shot of Dilaudid, and she gave that to me. And then that shot got rid of the fentanyl feeling. Boy, I did not like that one bit. But, I had a collapsed lung and they had to move me. So I get the need for it, but I was not very happy about it. It makes you feel icky and yucky. Like, I don't know how people use the fentanyl patches. I never got into them. Anyway, the doctors wanted to give them to me. I was like, oh God, no. No, please don't do that to me. Like, I know they work, but I can't stand the feeling. Good morning to you, Oscar. Thank you, V. So, what to talk about? I really don't know what to do with myself. I'm sick and tired of cooking, and I'm sick and tired of doing dishes. I really am. I can't take it anymore. Calgon, take me away. I did a face mask yesterday. Hey, little step. I've been praying for your spine. Good morning. I did a face mask today. It got rid of a lot of my fine lines. If I gained weight, that would probably really help getting rid of my fine lines because I'd poof out. And then I wouldn't have wrinkles. But I think it looks better. How you feeling though? I feel like terrible. I woke up and I vomited pretty badly. It's probably like from all that walking. It does feel better. I hope it continues to feel better and better until it's no problem at all for you. I'm praying for a new spine for you. That Abba mends you in Yeshua's name. Oh, and then I went outside. I wanted to stargaze. Well, wait, let me take that back because the gazing part always gets me in trouble. I went out to glance at the stars because seriously. But the star tracker wasn't working, and I was looking in the west, southern, and western skies for Nibiru to see if it was coming or not. I think if you're in Texas, you can see it. Supposedly, it's supposed to fly up from the southern. If we're on a ball, okay, if we are on a ball, Nibiru is supposed to fly up from the southern hemisphere up over South America, over Texas, and up that way in Rockwall, Texas, I believe there's ancient alien architecture that's on the ground, and it outlines Nibiru's path in the sky, but it's marked on the ground. And what's interesting, I think, is in Rockwall, Texas, there's a certain kind of granite, and the only other place in the world that that granite is found is over in, I think, the Great Pyramid in someone's tomb or something like that. I don't know. But I was looking for it. I didn't find it. Nibiru or Marduk. But the other problem too is, like, you know, the whole stargazing thing getting me in trouble. I kid you not. I woke up this morning at 3 o'clock. The moon was beaming at me. There's a little space up there, right? Because of my air conditioner. I was too lazy to like fold my curtains like I had them last year and pin them up nice and neat and make it look pretty. I lazied it. I hollied it. So, but I kid you not, the moon was shining right through there, beaming me in the head, and it woke me up. And then I proceeded to vomit. But the moon was very pretty looking when I went out to see it. But no, stargazing gets me in trouble, so I don't look too hard at them. I wind up in spiritual warfare if I look too hard. I know that sounds crazy, but don't look too hard. If you look too hard through that telescope or your binoculars, what you think is way out there will actually be at the edge of your binoculars. Could you imagine that? If you were looking at binoculars and you thought you were looking at something way far away, and then when you took the binoculars away, it's right there. Yeah, I wouldn't want that to happen to me, so I don't gaze at the stars very long. But I think I met that entity with the moon, or whatever that entity is with the moon. I wouldn't even know how to explain those memories to you guys. But the entity. I met it, sadly. I don't know how you explain that. Are the meteor showers going on right now? I don't know. I got blah, blah, blah. I usually follow that stuff. Like, I get emails from this one site, like Earth Watch or something like that. I don't know. I try to follow that. Especially around the time that we had the 4 blood red moons, the tetrad, I was definitely watching the sky because we had that green flash happen back in 2015. If you were in the right place, then with all of the eclipses that we had, remember 2017. But I haven't paid attention to it lately. I had telescopes, but they broke or stopped working. I don't know how a telescope stops working, but it did to me. I haven't had my cottage cheese in a week. I'm going nuts without my cottage cheese. But I should start watching it again. Now, you know, I asked Abba, I was like, you know, all of these meteor showers, all these shooting stars, are those angels falling? Because there's a lot of stars, shooting stars. Are those angels falling? Like, is every star a celestial being, or could it just be a place? I don't know. Inquiring minds. I don't know. Holy crap. Thank you. Like, really bad. feel good. So I'm bummed. I'm bummed because I kind of got stood up. I reunited with a couple of friends. I did have plans Saturday. Getting back to the story I was telling at the beginning of the video, I did have plans Saturday, but then the person I had plans with turned around and said, "No, I can't make it. I might have plans with an old friend." Wait a minute, I'm your old friend that you made plans with Saturday. But you know what? When it comes down to it, it's better that they canceled with me because they're not like you. We're not going to have the same conversations. They're going to end up dictating to me what I should do in my life. They're going to look at me in my life like it's inadequate, or I'm doing something wrong, or I'm in trouble, or like I'm their lesser, and they're going to force their advice on me, tell me what I need to do in my life. They're not going to understand it. And you know what? In the end, it's better they canceled with me. I mean, no offense. How do you tell someone that the Sabbath is not on the Sunday when they're dead set on their man's traditions? The Catholic Church changed it to Sunday. I don't dare go anywhere near a church on Sunday on purpose because it's worshiping the sun. Sunday worship? Yeah, let's go to Sunday worship and call it Jesus. Sounds great to me, doesn't it? And then that's being backslid to a T. It is. That's backslid to a T. When you make up the Sabbath yourself, or when you find out when the Sabbath really is, and you still don't worship Yudhe Pampe on it, that's backslid. My altars don't want to be backslid either. So people have a problem with me. Too bad. I got a problem with me. Pick a number. Your number will start somewhere at 5,000. Me first, then the trolls, and then you. My complaint department doesn't work. I haven't been getting back to my emails. I've been trying to talk to people and keep appointments, but it's tough, because the phone calls last a couple hours and then I get tired afterwards. I wish sometimes they'd only last 30 minutes, not to be rude, but the phone calls only lasted 30 minutes. I could fit a lot more in. Not trying to be rude. I could though. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I can't eat though. My throat's still burning from when I vomited earlier. It was just violent. And I've been having irritable bowel syndrome attacks every single morning too because I've been eating steak. Apparently I can't eat and then go to sleep. I have to eat and stay awake for a few hours and then go to sleep. I don't know, I've been having trouble. What happened to it? Thank you. But I wonder if those meteor showers. Want to take a walk outside with me? The moon looks so pretty. I need my cell phone, which I have in my hand. I don't need anything else, do I? No. Let's take a walk outside. My neighbor was actually up too. I was surprised she was walking her dogs. looking at star trackers, what I'm doing. Pray the boogeyman is not on the other side of this door. If he is, you're standing in front of me. You have to beat him up first, okay? I'm hiding behind you. Oh, wow, my cell phone's gonna pick up just fine. Hang on a second. I should have put my jacket on. It's chilly. Look at it. We are just sitting under chemtrails and scalar waves. Oh, I saw a lens cloud. I should have taken a picture of it. I think the lens clouds, I think they're actually alien aircraft. You gotta look up the lens, LENS cloud. And literally, we're sitting right there one night for a couple of hours because I was sitting outside. I guess we're not going to be able to see the moon. The clouds covered it all up. Darn it. That's a street light. That's not the moon. Well, that sucks. I wish I knew more about where the moon was supposed to be and when. I wish I knew more about astronomy. I did take astronomy in college, but the professor could not have possibly made it any boring. I was really looking forward to learning astronomy. But then think about it. I mean, they say, oh, you know, these nebulas and all of these stars and planets, they're millions of light years away and blah, 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 blah. You better stay out of my house. It's chilly. I woke up freezing too. I had my air conditioner on, but it gets stuffy up here. I like to learn astronomy from a biblical perspective, is what I'd like to do. You know, where the earth is a fixed, stationary place, whether it's flat, round, triangle, I don't know. Who knows? But I believe the earth is not a planet, it's the earth. And that's why it's called the earth in the Bible, and there's nothing else called the earth. It's not a star, it's not a planet, it's not a sun, it's not a moon, it's the earth. The fallen ones want to dominate this place, but I think we are the center of the universe, and we are a fixed point in the center of the universe. I do not believe the universe is ever expanding and growing. I don't believe that one bit. Anyway, want to see my onion? HTV has a garden. Look at that. That's my onion. I possibly could have overworked her. I don't know. You know what I'd like to do is go to a diner. No, right now. I have not been to a diner in I think like 2 years, 2.5 years. My godmom came to see me a bunch of times when I first moved here. She gave me some of that furniture. No wonder why Sable was bellyache and you get out here all the time. There's nothing but mice around here. I don't even remember what my dreams were last night. They've been coming back to me like a day or two later. And in my dreams, like I'll even dream about what's going to happen in my personal life, even right down to my very thoughts. My thoughts will be in the dream. But to distinguish whether my thought is actually that a thought or an event. I asked Abba for more details. To my dreams. I don't know. My spiritual warfare, it's been good. Like I barely have any. Because I don't put up with nonsense anymore, that's why. When I terminated communication with Stephanie, Brooke, Debbie, and a few others, my spiritual warfare cut at least in half and dropped down to almost non-existent. The only thing I'm really struggling with is I feel like I fell in a rut again. Like, am I ever going to get out of this rut? I wake up, I don't feel like taking a shower, I don't feel like eating even when I'm hungry. Oh wait, the moon's out. Want to take a walk with me real quick? The moon's out. Let's go chase it. I think I might be able to get a good shot of it. Why is it over here? You know, it's strange because honestly, the moon's been over that way. Like to my complete right. But now it's there. I'd really like to know more. We're probably gonna buffer, okay? At a trees and look. It's behind a whole other set of them. Make sure nobody's hiding in the bushes. Uh-huh. Hang on a second. It looks bad in the cell phone. It actually looks like the sun almost in the cell phone. Alright. Wait, the meteor shower peaked the 11th and the 12th? Oh. My birthday's coming up soon. I want to stay 47. I don't want to turn 48. I'm going to miss being 47. It's only because 4 plus 7 equals 11. And that's my lucky number, so to speak. What's today? Friday? Shh. We're walking through the neighborhood and everybody's still sleeping. Except for me. I'm Miss Keeper and Seva. I have. They should be able to see me. people were honking at me when I was walking to the store yesterday, and I don't even know who they are. Some guy on a motorcycle, a couple guys in trucks. I don't even know who they are. If they were my neighbors, I would expect them to stop and pick me up and drive me. Let me see, I'm gonna leave it open. So what are you guys doing today? I don't know what I'm doing with myself. I think I'll just twiddle my thumbs. At least I won't be cooking or washing dishes. A graham cracker with this coffee, yeah. I wish I had cottage cheese. See, now it feels stuffy in this apartment. I don't know what to talk about or what to say. Thanks for keeping me company, though. I don't know, I think I need a vacation. Like, I think I need to get out of here for a week. Just saying, hey, River, I was just thinking about you too. I was thinking River's gonna pop in and say, give me 2 chapters. Which we will. But I do think I need a vacation, like just to press that reset button and to get out of here for a little bit. You know, and missing these 2 is driving me nuts. If Galactic didn't call me for Memorial Day, I would have lost it. Galactic, like, I don't think she realizes how much she saved me that weekend. Because if she didn't call me and I couldn't have seen her, I really would have lost it. So I had to save it down the 27th. So maybe that might be a good thing. I've got a place I can go for a week. That's not an issue. Well, that's not an issue. I just need my vehicle. I could go to my friend's house, sleep in his mom's room because her bed's comfortable. It's like board stiff and hard. I sleep so good on that bed. They live on the other side of New Jersey. Sadly, they live by that musician dude, but I'd be with my friend, so he wouldn't let anything happen to me. And I would have access to a pool for that week. And it wouldn't cost me anything except for gas money to get to my friend's house. Well, I'd need a fixed car to be able to travel, but life is just, I'm really grateful for you guys because life is just not going to be the same for me. And with you guys, I feel like I fit in somewhere. I feel connected. Like, and you guys know about my life, so you guys could like give me good advice, and you typically do give me good advice. That's why I ask you. There's plenty of people out there that give bad advice. Trust me, I typically bump into them all the time. My elbow hurts. It would have been nice to have company though. And I was hoping that my friend would come because I was going to have my friend hold my camera so I could do my HTV skits. Because I'd have a second person just to hold the camera. That's what I was up to. I'll be later. Now it's 4 chapters, of course. Okay, 4 is better. It would have been nice, but that's not going to happen. So, probably better. Lord knows I wouldn't want to get trapped for hours in a dead-end conversation. Because that irks me a lot. You know, 44 minutes, we're coming up on 44 seconds. I've been seeing a lot of 444 and 144. What numbers have you guys been getting? I don't know what they mean. I should. When I see 144, I think of the 144,000 getting a seal. And then I think of that. And then I pray that we're all sealed as King's kids. 11, 11 all the time. I saw that earlier. You get the 11s. I get the ones, the 11s. But like just the past couple of days was like 444 and 144. I think when I started this video up, I had 1 viewer and 1 like in the first 11 seconds. But I don't know. I pray that we get sealed and no harm falls on us. I think I got tendonitis back. I don't know. My neck is so stiff. I wish I had a muscle relaxer. I don't know how to relax my muscles. They're like that tense. You could bounce quarters off of them. And you can't touch me because my back hurts too much for a massage. I wonder what I could take. I don't have anything to take. Oh, wow. Let's go look at the Bible. God's always a great topic to talk about. I wonder what Sun's up to. You guys know anything about that? So I guess we've been having solar flares. That's why a lot of us are feeling drained and sleeping a lot. But what's CERN up to? That's got to be affecting us. Yeah, they're always up to no good. Isaiah 42. The Lord's chosen servant. Well, if that isn't a hint, I don't know what is. Then the next chapter is Israel's only Savior, Yeshua. Yeah, you guys are the Lord's chosen servants. Right there, the Bible says it. Can't argue with the Bible. Your Ab is chosen. You're stuck with the title. You're chosen. Behold my servant whom I uphold, my chosen in whom my soul delights. You guys, I have put my spirit upon him. He will bring forth justice to the nations. He will not cry aloud or lift up his voice or make it heard in the street. A bruised reed he will not break, and a faintly burning wick he will not quench. He will faithfully bring forth justice. He will not grow faint or be discouraged till he has established justice in the earth, and the coastlands wait for his law. Thus says God the Lord, who created the heavens and stretched them out, who spread out the earth and what comes from it. So he spread out the earth. That's another reason why I no longer think we're on a ball, because he spread it out. Huh. Who spread out the earth and what comes from it, who gives breath to the people on it, and spirit to those who walk in it. Spirit to those who walk in it. I wish I knew Hebrew so I could read the original text. I am the Lord, I have called you in righteousness. I will take you by the hand and keep you. I will give you as a covenant for the people, a light for the nations, to open the eyes that are blind, to bring out the prisoners from the dungeon, from the prison who sit in darkness. I am the Lord, that is my name. My glory I give to no other, nor my praise to carved idols. Behold, the former things have come to pass, and new things I now declare. Before they spring forth, I tell you of them. Sing to the Lord a new song. Sing to the Lord a new song, his praise from the end of the earth. Who will go down to the sea and all that fills it, the coastlands and their inhabitants? Let the desert and its cities lift up their voice, the villages that Kedar inhabits. Let the inhabitants of Selah sing for joy. Let them shout from the top of the mountains. Let them give glory to the Lord and declare his praise in the coastlands. The Lord goes out like a mighty man, like a man of war. He stores up his zeal. He cries out, he shouts aloud. He shows himself mighty against his foes. For a long time I have held my peace. I have kept still and restrained myself. Now I will cry out like a woman in labor. I will gasp and pant. I will lay waste mountains and hills and dry up all their vegetation. Oh, Abba said the Euphrates River, not yet. That's not it. So you see the reports on the news with the Euphrates River. He told me, that's not it. Not yet. There's something more. There's something way more. So I know they're saying these rivers are drying up, but it's not the fifth trumpet being sounded. Oh, jeez. I can already see the plastic Christians going nuts. Oh my God, it's the fifth trumpet. The fifth trumpet sounded. No, it's not. No, it hasn't. Abba. He's like, Holly. I would have heard it, guys. So would you have. His seven spirits are the ones that are going to be blowing those trumpets. So if his Holy Spirits, all seven of them, are going to be blowing those trumpets, you and me, we're not going to miss them. We're going to hear them because the Holy Spirit dwells inside of us. He dwells on the inside of us, so we will hear them. Other people not covered in the blood of the Lamb, they're going to be running around like chickens with their heads chopped off. We're going to know when the seals are open too. We're going to know. There's not going to be a question in our minds. So be encouraged and stay steadfast in Yudhe. He always tells his prophets what he's going to do first. So you will know first. His watchmen, his prophets, his kids, his servants. It's not just his prophets. That's the thing. It's not just his prophets. He tells his kids. He tells his servants. If he's not telling you anything, then I have to ask you, are you covered under the blood of the Lamb? Or what is that stumbling block in the way that you're not connected with your shepherd's voice? You're missing each other like two ships in the night. What's going on? Because if you're not hearing from him, then something's amiss. I know we all have different gifts, but we're all gonna know we're his servants. And we're all gonna know together. Oh, you're absolutely gonna die, bug. Excuse me. You should not be in here. Sorry, that had to happen. Excuse me a minute. I did not want to have to do that, but I'm not going through that ordeal again. That bug has to leave. That's all I know. So, it's gone. All right, back to reading my first chapter of 3. For a long time I have held, wait, let me back up. The Lord goes out like a mighty man, like a man of war. He stirs up his zeal. He cries out. He shouts aloud. He shows himself mighty against his foes. You know, why can't plastic Christians talk about that? They always make Jesus limp, weak, and like sugar cone, twinkle toed daisy passing out powder puff. He's not. The Lord goes out like a mighty man, like a man of war. Not a powder puff, but a man of war. He stirs up his zeal. He cries out. He shouts. He shows himself mighty against his foes. For a long time, I've held my peace. Not really, Abba. Well, in the grand scheme of things, yeah, I waited 40 years to speak. I even had to teach myself how to speak when I was 40 years old. To boot. Seriously. My friends from the past don't know me. You guys know me. You know me as the ex-super soldier, the whistleblower, the ordained minister when I get ticked off and I want to go demon crunching. You guys know me. You guys saw me from 2014 all the way to 2022 and my recovery process. So you guys have seen a lot more of me. But my friends from the past, they don't. I'm still stuck in that pigeonhole. I'm still stuck in, they have me stuck in that place in the past. You know, they want to show me things pertaining to God, but what they don't get is I've seen it all and I've heard it all already, and I've made my determination. I don't need to go running to a church when I'm preaching from my pulpit right here. And a lot of people come into my life and they want to turn it around and they want me to go run in here and go run in there. And it's like, whoa, slow down. I'm already established. What are you doing? It's not helpful to be pulling me away from where I'm already established, just like the plastic Christians in Germantown, Maryland. They were pulling me away from a place that I was already established in, and there was no reason for that. So let's get back to reading. For a long time I have held my peace. I have kept still and restrained myself. Now I will cry out like a woman in labor. I will gasp and pant. I will lay waste mountains and hills and dry up all their vegetation. I will turn the rivers into islands and dry up the pools, and I will lead the blind in a way that they do not know. in paths that they have not known. I will guide them. I like that. And I will lead the blind in a way that they do not know, in paths that they have not known. I will guide them. I will turn the darkness before them into light, the rough places into level ground. These are the things I do, and I do not forsake them. They are turned back and utterly put to shame, who trust in carved idols, who say to metal images, you are our gods. Ooh, metal images. Might that be our computers? I'm going to stop there. Isaiah 66. Thus says the Lord, heaven is my throne and the earth is my footstool. What is the house that you would build for me? And what is the place of my rest? All these things my hand has made. And so all these things came to be, declares the Lord. We have to be steadfast no matter what. Selah. But this is the one to whom I will look. He who is humble and contrite in spirit and trembles at my word. He who slaughters an ox is like one who kills a man. He who sacrifices a lamb like one who breaks a dog's neck. He who presents a grain offering like one who offers pig's blood. He who makes a memorial offering of frankincense like one who blesses an idol. Those have chosen their own ways, and their soul delights in their abominations. I also will choose harsh treatment for them and bring their fears upon them. Because when I called, no one answered. When I spoke, they did not listen. But they did what was evil in my eyes and chose that in which I did not delight. Hear the word of the Lord, you who tremble at his word, your brothers who hate you and cast you out for my name's sake, have said, let the Lord be glorified that we may see your joy. But it is they who shall be put to shame. The sound of an uproar from a city, a sound from the temple, the sound of the Lord tendering recompense to his enemies. I don't know. Wow, Alma gets mad. I was skimming through Jeremiah 3. Sorry, this is probably one of my quietest videos. Okay, that's 2. I'm 2 for 2 now, or 2 for 4. No. Again, it is written, you shall not put the Lord your God to the test. Matthew chapter 4. I don't know what to do with myself. I wish I could just lay in bed and veg out today. I could, I guess. There's nothing on though. Like, there's been nothing on YouTube or Rumble. Like all the good documentaries have been scrubbed off the internet where you just can't find them anymore. I like hearing about, the Illuminati families. Could you imagine having to live on the run and live in your car? Like being under death threat that much that you live in your car to stay in your car so that way you can make a quick escape. Can you imagine living like that? Never having a bed to stretch out on. Sleeping in your car. Never having a place to put your things or settle down. I wouldn't want to live like that. I know people that have to. I know people that are homeless and they have to sleep in their car. I wish I could help everybody. I wish I knew outreach programs in different areas of the country. There was one kid that I was able to get in touch with an outreach program, but the problem was he didn't want to give up his meth. He'd rather stay homeless than to give up his drugs. I was like, dude, you could have a home right now. You just got to give up the drugs. He wouldn't do it. So, I don't know. I don't have those resources. I wish I did. I wonder what's happening with the SIIU team now that Russ is gone. I would have thought that they would have carried on, ran conferences themselves. They should have, man. I love that SIIU team. If they held a conference, they could pull in a crowd. They could definitely pull in an audience. But have it Russ Dizdor's SIIU team. They work directly with Russ. They're credible. And better yet, Gregory Reed, he's another great man. Good morning. I've got to get out early. Oh, Amber, I pray for you and your family. I'm glad that you stopped in. I pray for Wilfred Wong. He's still in prison. I like Wilfred Wong. I met some people that said, oh, I don't like him, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you know why you don't like him? Because he's honest and truthful, and he's not going to put up with your guff, with your horsing around. He's not going to play patty cake with you, and I'm not going to either. You're either going to get better or you're not. I've seen people go through a freedom deliverance and then turn around, and they, as well as their altars, turn around and summon the entities to come right back. And then they have the audacity to get pissed off at their other siblings in Christ because their other siblings in Christ basically say, but you go through a freedom deliverance, you get set free, and then you make a conscious decision, and your altars make a decision to summon these things back in. That there's nothing I can do. That's your free will. You made your decision. And I'm not going to allow that into my house. That's a big thing. I brought it up on Fringe. I'm going to bring it up now. Guys, there's someone who's demonically possessed, and you know they are. You've been forewarned that they are. You have the responsibility and duty to protect the people in your house, but also your chat room, because you're exposing your chat room to the demon that's possessing another person. You don't play patty cake. You don't pray in agreement. You get rid of it. And if the person chooses not to go through with a freedom deliverance, you don't sit there praying in agreement with the person. You don't pick up the phone and let them talk to you so the demon can travel through your electronics into your home to harm your son, your daughter, your cat, your dog, your birds. You don't do that. I can't tell you how many, and I'm going to say it, plastic Christians do that. If you're really into Yeshua HaMashiach, then you expose evil and you bind and cast down the demons. And if there's a human being that doesn't want to take care of their own backyard, you don't bring them around other people so that demon can attack other people. Oh, I love you. I'll see you later. Oh, yes. Please come back tomorrow morning when I broadcast and bring your demons with you. I love you. God bless you. Yes, God bless you. A demonically possessed person. God does not bless evil. So what are you doing blessing it? God supplies the Christian. And there's a ton of them out there. And it saddens me. My altars are really saddened. And that's half the reason why they lash out. Like, I watch these people and they sit there and say how much they love God, yet they're playing patty cake with a demon. That's a plastic Christian. That there's no power in that. That's God on paper. Truth hurts. I'm sorry, Amber. 7 more plus some would come back in. When I worked for the healing rooms, we had a girl that would come in all the time for deliverance. Finally, one day, the Holy Spirit was like, stop, because what she is doing was cleaning out her house. So that's it, right? Right, Amber, I pray extra for you. I can't tell you how many cases where the person, it comes down to it, they know they're demonically possessed. You're hearing their demons snarl at you through their body. They know it's happening. And then they turn around and go, no, I don't want a freedom deliverance. And then there's a bunch of other Christians that go, oh, we'll come hang out over here. We'll love you. We'll pray in agreement with you in Jesus' name. What is that? You know, God in the Bible says if we tolerate that Jezebel spirit, he's going to give us a bed of suffering for doing it. So what, you only pick out pretty parts of the Bible that you want to pay attention to, but not the woes, not the discipline, not the punishment, not the curses you get from God when you turn around blessing evil. And then you want to call yourself a Christian. Oh, you're not healing anyone. You're not casting out demons. Why are you taking the title of being a Christian then? I feel a little step in the background going, yeah, Holly, yeah. Yep, people, I'm blown away that people do this too. They know, they're told, hey, there's a demonically possessed person, but instead they welcome the demon into their house. What are you doing? But that's the epitome of a plastic Christian. You get that all over the internet. And it's so, I'm like, I always turn to God. I'm like, I don't know what to say. God's like, you can say something if you want, Holly, but they're not going to get it. They're already wound up in false doctrine with a rapture. They're not going to cast out this demon. They're going to tolerate the Jezebel spirit. They already got tricked on the false doctrine. They're not finding out the truth. Yeshua's the truth. They're stuck in false doctrine. And on the back end, you know where they're getting hit? They're accepting demonically possessed people onto their channel, onto their pages, praying in agreement with them, and then blessing them on top of it. They're blessing evil. This is a good video. I'm going to put it up. Hang on a second. Let's send out links. I'm all riled up. So much for an upset stomach. And they have lessons to learn, not like you're blessed. Oh, thanks, Ruth. Well, yeah, Ruth, it took me 8 years. I've been at it 25 hours a day, 8 days a week. And you know, these things I'm just, I just got my focus on Yeshua, and I've got all the time in the world to put on him. But I learned the hard way. I really learned the hard way, Ruth, honestly. That's why I'm hard on it. Like, when I was tolerating people that were putting up with the Jezebel spirit, when I was tolerating people that were demonically possessed, when I was letting them video call me and phone call me and then get me to pray in agreement with them, then they'd want me to lay my hands on my pets so they could pray while being demonically possessed. Or the people that have altars pop up and do witchcraft and sorcery against me. Okay, when I stopped putting up with those people, all of my spiritual warfare went away. I was then able to get on top of my spiritual warfare for years. I could not figure out. I get rid of one demon and boom, there's another one. Get rid of that, boom, there's another. Why? Because I'm letting people do video calls with me. There's a check in my spirit. I can see in their eyes something's off. And I'm letting their demons into my house via phone calls, video calls, and then I'm praying in agreement, and then I'm saying, oh, yes, God bless you. Oh, may God bless you greatly. And meanwhile, they're demonically possessed. All those demons are wallowing here, enjoying themselves because I've made it a sanctuary for them. I'm tolerating the Jezebel spirits. I'm tolerating the people that are wound up in them. And then for the life of me, I can't figure out why I can't get rid of these demons, what's going wrong in my life, why my emotions are always haywire, why I'm always under spiritual attack. And it's because of those people that I'm tolerating when they're demonically possessed and when they love their demons more than they love Yeshua. Or when they call the Jezebel spirit with their false prophecy, Jesus. I wish I had editing software so I could take this video and cut out this part, put it up. So that way people wouldn't have to watch an hour and 20 minutes. I could just tell them straight into the point. You tolerate that Jezebel spirit, you're going to get a better suffering from God and worse off. The quality of your life is going to be in the gutter. You're not going to be able to figure out what's going on, what's going wrong. You're never going to get on top of things, and you're not going to be able to figure out why. Because they come in all shapes and sizes, but you know now your strength can handle. Because he never gives more than you can handle. Thanks, Ruth. 20 times. Mel, how you doing, sweetie? I love you, Mel. I love you. I love you, Mel. So, yeah, you guys have been through it. See, there's no one like you. There really isn't. There's no one like you guys. I'm so glad I got to meet you. I finally fit in somewhere. I have no idea. Because all the people I used to know, even reuniting with them, they're lost in God. They're not lost in God. How can I better word that? They're lost to him. They're like, you know how people, like prisoners, get institutionalized, and if somebody's in a hospital, they get institutionalized. Well, what do you call it when the church nowadays gets all that? I guess religion, right? They use it as a means of control. But then people go to religion and answers when it should be that they go to God for a relationship. You know, that they're kind of mind controlled in that capacity. They're mind controlled because they heard someone that believes in God say this, and so now they covet what they've learned, and there's no telling them different. But yeah, I'll be honest, like, now I just learned this since December. All of this. And Ruth, like December. I mean, tons of stuff happened the past 7 years before that, but we'll just pick up in December. When he showed me Revelation 1, chapter 1, 19, and verses 19 and 20, two of the lampshades stood out to me, Ruth. I believe one was the letter of Ephesus. I need to keep him first, number one, and never put my eyes back in this world. But then the other one, I think, was the letter to Thyatira. That gets into the false prophecy, bad eating, sexual immorality. But then it got into tolerating the Jezebel spirit. And I was like, boom, that's what it is. I'm tolerating the Jezebel spirit. I knew exactly what God was getting at. It was the company I was keeping. I was praying along with people that are wound up on the Jezebel spirit, witches in sheep's clothing, wolves in sheep's clothing, liars in sheep's clothing, people lying about being survivors, or worse. Maybe they did go through an MK Ultra, but worse off, they're still active and they're still being used, but they're trying to say they're not dressed in sheep's clothing, but they're still active. When I stopped putting up with all of that crap and I got those people out of my life, oh my goodness, my whole atmosphere cleared up. I was like, whoa, I should have called off communication. I should have stopped communication with Brokeback in 2019 and not let plastic Christians stop me from exposing people. And then that fake healing with Stephanie, man, I got rid of that. There were a couple other people I accord with. That's it in my life. You know that what you're doing is not real Yeshua. Don't come talking to me until you're blue faced, because again, I've heard it all and I'm buying it. If I can find the real Yeshua HaMashiach, and I'm slow on the uptake, if Holly Baglio can find God, I don't want to hear anybody else's excuse as to why they can't. If you want tenderness and cuddly stuff, you're going to have to go to one of my other sisters for that, because you're not going to find it with me. You want that pampering stuff? I don't have it to give. I'll be honest, I don't. You're either going to seek God and get him, or you're not. If I can find my way to honest doctrine, to the truth, and get out of false doctrine, get away from man's traditions, then so can everybody else. I don't want to hear it. How much do you love God and how much do you love your life? Well, if you love God, then you're going to make the changes. If you don't, then you don't. Admit it. You're just taking the title, but in the end, you're not going to get the inheritance. I made my Sabbath Sunday. Good for you. You're already breaking a commandment. Commandment breakers don't get into heaven. And it's Sunday. You're worshiping the sun. What's the sun got to do with Yeshua HaMashiach? Nothing. But if you go back into the Sumerian text, the sun is what they worshiped. Hence why they worshipped on Sunday. And that's a biggie, guys. That's a biggie, breaking the commandment, keeping the Sabbath holy. Even God called my attention to that. God was like, no, my Sabbath is Saturday. You keep it holy. You don't work on Saturday. Go to work on Sunday, Holly. Saturday's my day. That's it. Now listen, this is my life I'm talking about. I have friends out there that have jobs Saturday. I'm not judging them or scrutinizing them. And they can't get out of it. But there's other people in the world that could make that change, and they don't make it, and they could make it. You know, it wouldn't upset their finances or their family or anything like that. But I got friends that their oxes are in ruts and they got to work on a Saturday. I'm not going to judge them, but for the people that can make the change and still don't, yeah, I'm struggling with my altars. Hey, Karen, how are you? I'm so worried about that too, Ruth. How you doing, Terrence? I've been up since 3 o'clock and then I vomited bottom late. What time is it here? 6:30. It's 6:30 here. But yeah, putting up with that Jezebel spirit. Then you know where else I got hit for like 5 years with the fake Jesus? This was another one. For 5 years, couldn't figure it out. Fake Jesus, the Star of David, and the Messianic seal of the Jerusalem church, that 3-part symbol. That got me in trouble for 5 years. That was just last year that I went through my dream book, and any drawing that I had with the Star of David on it, I cut it out, or I just threw the whole drawing out. I must have gotten rid of 20 drawings, and I repented to Abba for it. But even how that Messianic seal of the Jerusalem church came out, the fake Jesus gave me a dream while I was listening to Paul Begley. I didn't want to test the spirits, and it seemed so vivid. I thought it was from but it wasn't. It was from the fake Jesus. So when I slept listening to Paul Begley in the dream, someone gave me that star. So when I woke up, I drew that star. Many years later, I found out it was the Messianic seal of the Jerusalem church. And I had another brother that went through the same thing. And I were talking, and I thought, well, we're special because we've got this symbol and nobody else knows. Big right there. And I were doodling that symbol and drawing that symbol, but nobody else was. At the time that I knew of. Well, that Messianic seal of the Jerusalem church is also on our prayer shawls, our tallits. I cut mine off. I got rid of all the symbols and everything. And what a huge difference it made in my life as far as spiritual warfare. But for 5 years, I was that slippery sucker. And it was just the fake Jesus. And God's not a symbol. The star too, and what Christian don't know what is real and everything was about the Star of David. People don't know. Yeah, you know what? I had the Star of David hanging up above my bed. Well, my sister and her husband had done a video call with me. I was really sick, not doing well. And they both said, Holly, you have a demon above your head hanging out. Now, I couldn't figure out for months what it was until I learned about Renfate, the Star of David. Once I got rid of it, I actually called her up. I was like, you get your husband. I'm like, both of you look. I'm like, do you see the demon? They're like, nope. He said, I finally figured out where it came from after like 4 or 5 months. The Star of David, Rent David, the Messianic seal of the Jerusalem church. I should show you my prayer shawl. I cut off all the symbols. I kept the crown of it, but that was it. The paganism has seeped in too much. Too much. Either. It's just, I'm not good at it. Like, Huntress, she's good. She's really good. I'm not good like that. She's gentle and delicate. I'm like, I'm a bull in a china shop. I don't mean to be like that. But also, I'm still determining it. But I think the menorah, I tried to talk to text. It never works for me, to talk to text. I wish I had bird feeders. I forgot what I was going to say before. Look at those clouds. Is staying close to God. Make you stay away from God. They're pure evil. Terrence, you know, I was thinking it was a blue jay because I got a glance at it. You knew that just by the sound. That is so cool, Terrence. That's so cool. We get these different birds around here. Like, and oddly enough, get those too. I like where I live because I feel like I'm down at the shore without being at the shore. Good morning, Lariva. How are you? I really thought you were going to podcast her the other day. That's what gave you the wrench. I'm pure evil. No, I'm kidding. Devin's backup, I gave Deborah a wrench and you still didn't block them. I was like, wow, these ladies are courageous. I would have thrown a wrench and got them out there by now. Listen, when I came online about 2014, 2015, I met a group of people, and some of them liked me, most of them did not. But I trolled so bad at different times. I didn't know where it was. Coming. The Rico statue applies in the Baglio household. You're guilty by association. That's it. But no, they like, when I tell you I got trolled, oh, I got trolled. It took me meeting Stephen Cambion to finally skin. So since 2014, all the way until 2020, 21, Steve Cambion is a comedian, but he's also online. He stood up to Sarah Adams, and when I saw that, a whole new leaf in my life turned over. I was like, if this man Stephen can do it, I can do it. And I just started standing up. As a video called In Paganism We Trust. Riva, you're so brave. And I couldn't read all the comments. And I did not go back to read all of his comments. But I was like, wow, he's giving them a runaround. I can't even look because if I look at my chat room, I'm going to mess up on Fringe, and I'm already messing up. Notice how he never went over to the Spreaker chat room. Don't know why. Or to the Fringe chat room. He had you guys hemmed up. Oh, I love it when you engage him. I'm starving, River. I gotta wash dishes just to eat. And I don't have my cottage cheese. And that's always a surefire way to get me eating. He was trolling with different accounts. Yeah. Yeah, you could have blocked him and there would have been 50 more that. I don't know who that was. I'm not sure who that was. And I'll tell you, it's been years since I've gotten to talk to most of them, so I forget them, half of them. It's just been so long, you know, and so much has changed. But I met the trolls first. Cottage cheese and black pepper. Ah, sweet dreams, Heavenly Abba, I lift up. Little step to you, may she sleep well and get a lot of rest and keep the pain away from her back. In Yeshua's name, Selah. Try something different. Yeah, I could do my shakes, River. I could have my shake this morning, so I got something to eat. It's just getting me to eat it. I love cottage cheese. I've been meaning to make sandwiches. I've been trying to put bread and noodles back in my diet because I'll gain weight. Just so sick and tired of cooking. Where's my friend Polly? I got a sink full of dishes for him to wash. He hates dishes just like me. But this is your mind. This is your mind on MK Ultra. Everybody's like, my sink's full. You mean my mind's on MK Ultra, Holly? Yes, it is on a grand mass scale. Yes. Welcome to my club. Right? Welcome to my club. When you don't want to cook, yeah, I want to put together tuna fish and also maybe boil some of my eggs so that way I can have egg salad. Because I used to eat that in the morning, egg salad sandwiches. Hey, Christine, how are you? Lettuce, onions, garlic. The onions and garlic, yummy. I like onions. I found myself eating raw onions the other day. Wow, really? They got trolls in there all the time. They don't get blocked, but you say something, you'll get blocked. Like Vidalia onions. Vidalia onions, they're not too bad. I always use them. Fried onions, yummy. You eat really good, River. When I had that vision of you, I don't know if it was right or not, but there was food in that vision. I think if I remember correctly, I told you a long time ago, years ago, I had a vision of you. It looked like you were standing on a dock by a river. Tall? Aren't you tall, River? And aren't you kind of thin? Or like you're not big? Proper vision? Yes! Okay, cool. I hope so. Don't lie to me now, because I want to test my gifts. That was a long time ago. But you got Yeshua. I can't see your facial features, but I see colors. Like it's like in the shape of you. You know, your colors and stuff. Sometimes I'll see someone's face, but you're rather muscular. Yeah. Like, I mean, I'm like tiny. You came into my vision. That was so sweet. Yeah. I need to build my muscles back. Do some exercise. I've really enjoyed walking. Yesterday, I think I got really dehydrated yesterday. That's why I vomited so bad. I was really there with you. That's a long time ago. I remember talking to you, Christine, at my attorney's office when he was still alive. I think I was at his office the first time you and I talked. Into a cornfield. That's all I walk past now, Christine, is cornfields. Oh, I love you, Amber. We'll be praying for you in Yeshua's name. Asperger's, he's going for his driver's test. Ah! We lift up your son in Yeshua's name. Ah, he'll get his license. We'll be praying for you and your son, Amber. That's so cool. Asperger's. I think, hey, Renee. Also, I give my love to my sister, Renee, who I got to see the other day. And I was thinking of her, and you popped up, Renee. It's good to see you too, sir. Nice to see you again. I need green tea too. I did start opening up my curtains again. I stopped doing that when Keeper and Sava died. But past week I've been like actually opening my curtains up. I love living here. I gotta tell you, I love living here. I really do. I'm really happy here. I like the neighborhood. My one neighbor's like, I'm so worried about you walking. That's what I was thinking about. I was like, Abba, at least this walking was exercise. What am I gonna do in the winter? Then my nails finally started getting really long, really, really long. Now they're starting to break. They got like really long. I was so surprised. I'd be a great back scratcher. But I'll have to find something online because that's free and I can just follow along. Like I found some channels that do martial arts. Their forms are a little bit different than I learned, but I could learn it their way. I'd really like to be back in martial arts again. The discipline, it makes you feel really good about yourself. Plus, if anybody attacks you, now you've got the odds stacked in your corner. Martial arts, you not only work out and exercise, but you learn a discipline, you learn a defense. I gotta draw pictures for Abba. I never did do my 10 Commandments over again. Just like Moses, I'm gonna have to do it twice. I'm gonna have to practice my handwriting. I used to have nice handwriting. So what can we talk about? Maybe ooh, you know what? I could get out of washing dishes, whatever. I could use my skillet and cook up the eggs. And then, of course, it would just add to my pile of dishes, but I wouldn't care because I'd get out of cleaning them now and just go straight to eating. I think I like my house the best because I don't have a boyfriend and I don't have roommates here. You know, I was thinking, I hope I can explain this right. Abba, help me. I always perceived that when people had experiences seeing an angel, that the angel was physically there, like I'm physically here with you. And I imagined it to kind of be like theatrical, like Hollywood type stuff, to be honest. So right there, I was under the wrong notions and perspective. And I already had an idea of what I thought it was, because of course I know everything, right? Couldn't have been more wrong. Couldn't have been more wrong. And my whole life, from the time I was a little girl playing with toys, I remember God. My whole life I had paranormal experiences. I'm not even talking about the super soldier stuff. Just put that aside and just look at my normal life, my life, my life. You know, I was having these paranormal experiences my whole life. Attacked by demons, little gray aliens, sleep paralysis, wake up and go screaming through the house, trying to make my way to the front door to run out to get away from whatever was in my nightmare. I'd come and I'd see these big tall things out of the corner of my eye, and it just looked like I'm gonna have to reenact this. This is a decoration. It's not real, okay? It's decoration. Am I speaking English? Decoration. It's not real, okay? Just like this. It's not real. It's decoration. You wield that, the thing will fall apart. Now let me show you some. You know what's not decoration is a paintball gun. A paintball gun. I wish the plastic Christians gave me money to appeal that court decision, because it was bull crap. You don't let a convicted felon have paintball guns after he just tried to murder me. Anyway, let's get back to supernatural experiences. So I'd see out of the corner of my eye big, tall things. And I would see them like, I'm going to be the big, tall thing, okay? And like out of the corner of my eye, I'd see like a big, tall thing come in and then take his sword and lie it down on the dresser. Or I'd see a big, tall thing at my door, and out of the corner of my eye, I'd see him swing the sword, which I've only had limited sword experience, but I'd see him, like, these things just wave the sword, and because it wasn't theatrical, I guess, I passed it off. So my whole life, I passed it off. Then other people didn't help either. Coworkers, friends, school, church, they just made it worse. Doctors, it's all in your head. It's growing pains. Oh, it's just your imagination. It's just your imagination. Yeah, if I didn't test my imagination, I would have missed out on the biggest thing in my entire existence, like salvation. Right? So, like, my whole life I had these experiences. Even when I was a little girl, God would send Enoch, my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, from what God told me. So I'm going to listen to God, which that would mean I'm grafted onto the tribe of Reuben. Okay, so Enoch would tell me the stories about the angels and demons. I passed these things off my whole life. People would say, oh, it's just a coincidence. Everybody's psychic. Everybody has that. And no, they don't. Halo, halo. No, they don't all, not everybody has these abilities. That's a lie. That's not the truth. We all have different spiritual abilities, and together we complement each other. But it's not all the same, not always. God always keeps us clued in, and he keeps us connected. So I've been trying to find in the Bible where it says that God tells his prophets what he's going to do before he does it. I want to see it in the Bible, because if I need to see it in the Bible first, because right now there's a discrepancy. My discrepancy is that he tells all of his kids and all of his servants what he's going to do. And if you're not knowing what he's doing or going to do, then your connection with him is off. I would love to help you line up and sync with Yud-Heh Vav-Heh. I want to make sure you hear your shepherd's voice and you're not tricked by Jezebel. You're not tricked by Moloch. We just got done talking about how I was tricked by the fake Jesus. This isn't about a pride thing. This is about getting you connected with your shepherd, me staying connected with my shepherd. That's what it's about. Accepting his gospel and getting baptized by water and fire. That water baptism does the saving prayer. In it, the Bible says water baptism. It doesn't say accept his gospel and do the saving prayer. No, it says accept his gospel, get baptized. Done deal. Right? Good. If I can get you baptized, I'll get you baptized too. I'll get you anointed in holy oil as Abba's servant. Get you baptized by water and fire. But with all these experiences I had, because they didn't have, I guess, the theatrics of Hollywood, I just passed them off. The advice of others sucked. Doctors don't know anything. They're only good at lining their pockets and having a God complex that they don't deserve. If I didn't take a chance on my dreams, I would have missed out on all of this. I would have missed out on you guys. I would have missed out on my relationship with God. I would have missed out on my spiritual gifts. But I would have missed out on everything if I didn't follow my dreams. I'm not following my heart anymore. I followed my heart the first part of my life, and it got me in trouble every time. I'm following my dreams because Abba gives me my dreams. And so long as I test them, the dreams, not God. Man, I could have really missed out on all of this. Can you, I pray for the people that are not answering the calling of God. I pray, Abba, I pray for the people that are not perceiving you reaching out to them and sending them signs and dreams and visions. I pray that they grab a hold of that and know that it's real, that it's not their imagination. To take a chance. In Yeshua's name, Selah, I don't even know how to explain it, let alone pray for people going through it. It's also a gift. But yeah, it turns out that our dreams and visions are more real than this reality that we're in. Those dreams and visions are more solid than this countertop. This world is so fallen. Can you imagine through all of these thousands of years how much people have been misled and misled right into being backslid? And then they don't find out until it's too late, and they can't come back here to make it right. I've heard of death experiences online where people land in hell. If God didn't bring us back, we would have stayed there. I just hope that the people online that talk about their death experiences that land in hell, I pray that they're heard by others who may be sitting on the fence. The thing that scares me, though, is there's so many versions of Jesus that it's hard to find him. That's a lot of people through thousands of years that have been tricked, who thought that if they went to church, it would get them into heaven. And meanwhile, that doesn't get you into heaven. You know, all those people, I'm a Christian, and not once have they bound and cast down a demon. Not once have they prayed and fasted to bind and cast down a principality to make it leave and take its legions with it. Not once have they grabbed a second person, gone before Abba, fasted, and then set out to do healing. But they always want that title Christian. I mean, does a Christian tolerate demons? I would say no, but I can introduce you to the Christian community, and 90% of them do. They tolerate evil, they tolerate demons, they bless evil, and then they get mad at me because I won't just say stuff to get along with everybody. I'm not getting along with demons. I'm not coexisting with them. And when they're around, I get a real bad attitude naturally. But if there are Christians that are putting up with demonically possessed people because, oh, you just got to be nice to everybody, Holly. No. If you're putting up with that, if you're putting up with a Christian who's putting up with that, you're putting yourself in jeopardy and at risk. I should get on Fringe and do another broadcast. But when I saw that happening the other day, when all these Christians are blessing a demonically possessed person, I was really struck. How dare they call themselves a Christian and say they love God when they're blessing a demon? And yeah, if someone's demonically possessed, you are blessing the demon. They say, oh, well, let's pray together for a rapture. And you pray with them. You're coming into agreement and alignment with that demon and out of Abba's will. You're tolerating a foul spirit. God in the Bible says he gives us a bit of suffering for that. Yeah, the gates to hell are wide. And the majority of Christians are going to pass through them. They're not doing what the Bible says. Is this a process that happens overnight? No. But you got to stand up. You got to be brave and bold whether you want to or not. Actually, what you have to do is rely on God, because he then gives you his strength to be brave and bold and courageous. But I'm so sick and tired of seeing the Christian community, bless demons, and get along with demons. No wonder why I've been vomiting the past 3 days. I'm dead serious. When I saw that, it was just yesterday. I was like, was it yesterday or the day before? I was like, oh, no way. I'm not putting that on airwaves. No. I have to remember that not everybody wants to walk with God like Enoch. They talk like it, but they're not doing it. And let me tell you, to do that like Enoch did, it's not for the faint of heart or weak stomach. It's not for the powder puffs and the daisy pushers and the sugar coaters and the twinkle toes and the love gospel and prosperity gospel. And Holly, we just got to get along. No, I'm not getting along with demons, and I'm not blessing someone who is demonically possessed. And if you know someone's demonically possessed and you still bless them, you're blessing evil. God hates evil. Does God bless evil? What would Jesus do? I'll tell you what Jesus would do. He would bind and cast down the demon. And if the person didn't want him to do that, he would not be sitting down at the table taking communion with them. I'll tell you that much. When you know something, you can't unknow it. Jesus' birthday is September 11th, not in December. Now that you know, give up on Christmas because you're giving your allegiance. You're worshiping an idol. Christmas has nothing to do with Jesus. It never did. It's got everything to do with Krampus. Oh, God knows my heart. Yeah, and it's evil. You're dragging a pagan idol into your house. A Christmas tree. Pagan idol. Look at every church. Who loves God? Who loves God? Let me come to your house on Christmas, and I'll be able to tell you if you love God or not. Oh, but it's the holiday spirit. Exactly, the holiday spirit. Note, not the Holy Spirit. So I'm glad you're in the festivities of the holiday spirit, and it's just so great. You're under the control of a foul spirit, and it makes you feel really, really good, right? And it's a familiar spirit, and it's that season all over again. Just because foul, fallen spirits, like familiar spirits, they give you a good, fuzzy, warm feeling inside, so you think you're with God, and you're really not. 1 hour, 44 minutes. Again, 1:44. I've been wrong. So 7 years ago, I turned my life over to Jesus, and I've had a lot to learn. If I didn't have to deal with the super soldier aspect of everything, where I am right now to this day, I would have been 6 years ago. But I had to deal with the super soldier, the MK Ultra, the satanic ritual abuse, the dissociative identity disorder. I was starting out in negative numbers. If I didn't start out in negative numbers, I would have had all of this 6 years ago. I would have been to this point 6 years ago. I am a whiz when I put my mind to something. Brian, too, is popping up. I can never text him back. I love you too, Bonnie. Pray for Bonnie, little step Nancy. She's going through a lot. And Shy Minor. You guys, I've been focusing on. There's somebody else, though, I added to my prayer list. I'm drawing blanks now. But I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, I don't understand why people don't test what the church has told them, test the things right in front of them. Like, look at the menorahs even. I think that 9-candle menorah is a pagan idol. I think the 7-candle menorah is the right menorah because we're lighting a candle for each one of Yud-Hey-Vav-Hey's spirits. But the 9-candle menorah, that's one for each day. And each day of the week is a pagan deity. So you're lighting a candle for a deity and for what God gave you, which again has nothing to do with God. Why are you worshiping the gift? Shouldn't you be worshiping the creator? And that 9-candle menorah seems to me that you're worshiping the thing that God gave you instead of him. That's like your kids only loving you for what you can do for them, but not loving you for being their parent. I don't know. There was I'm going to say cases, okay? There was this one case that really ticked me off. Right? There was this one case that I was working on, and I gave it a lot of time and attention, and for months upon months. And I thought I was making headway. I didn't make any headway. I in this one case particularly, I just wanted to turn around and say, dude, why did you even ask me to begin with if you're not going to do it? You're asking me how to get right with God, but in the end, you're trying to snake your way around it. Why'd you ask me in the first place? And by the way, thanks a whole bunch, because your demons jumped from your house to mine. And then I had to fight with it. And I can prove it. So that one case that I accepted, these people were calling me, asking me questions. I tell them what to do, how to engage in spiritual warfare. They turn around and do the opposite, greaseball type of crap. But their demons jumped from their house onto mine. All of that siding, the 5 pieces, it looked like a big hand just ripped it down. Demons that jump, they're very common. They always invite their friends along with them. And sometimes their friends won't go unless you pray and fast, or they'll play tricks on you. I had one demon playing a trick on me. It wouldn't leave until I said its name. I was like, get out. Get out. I got to figure out this demon's name before it'll leave. I figured out it was a Stockoian. So I figured out the category of it. And I went over to the object and I was like, Stockoian, I bind and cast you down in Yeshua's name. And it left. But these demons, they're tricksters and they'll play games with you. That was the last demon I had to get out from the spiritual warfare I went through in December. You know, like people will call and ask me, okay, Holly, I want to clean out my house. So I'll go and I'll take a look at their house and it's like, oh gosh. You got to get rid of all your paintings. You got masks on the wall. These are demonically charged objects. Some of them you can't keep. You're going to have to burn them in order to get rid of the demon. Like it's not going anywhere. You got to burn it. Because that demon... But people covet their possessions more than they love having a relationship with God. You're going to love a painting more than God. So you're going to enjoy that painting for your life, but in your eternal destination isn't going to land in heaven because that painting has got a demon attached to it, and that demon has been torturing you and tormenting you the entire time you've had the painting in your house. You say you love God, but you're not getting rid of it. Your house is divided. You're going to fall. That's frustrating when people call, ask what you think, and you tell them, and it's just not good enough. Or they won't do it. It's like, why did you waste 20 hours of my time if you're not going to do what you need to do to get right with Abba? So you don't want to burn the painting? Okay, go hawk it. Give it to somebody else if money's that important to you. Jeez, I threw out a lot of stuff. The value of the object didn't matter so long as I got rid of it. That's frustrating though. I even called up one of my friends. I was like, why did this dude call me up? I don't know, Holly. I go through the same thing all the time. It's kind of like when you go to the material expert tells you what you need to do, but you walk away going, nah, I'm still going to do it my way. I'm not going to listen to what the material expert has to say. I'm just going to still do it my way. That's frustrating. Wish I was down at the beach. You guys want to go for a walk with me? I got a little bit of battery left. Good. I'll go put my sneakers on. You can take me for a walk. I miss my keepy eepies. Oh my gosh. Well, maybe I'll come back and be good and do my dishes and cook. But yeah, honestly, guys, my spiritual warfare, I don't have any. I mean, I do. I have personal sin that will open me up to spiritual warfare, of course. But, like if somebody that's got altars, they pop up and then their altars start doing witchcraft or Barianism against me, I can pick it out real quick because I don't have any other spiritual warfare going on. So I can see who brings it better, you know. When you got so much spiritual warfare going on, you never know you can never be certain who's sending it. If you're infiltrated, forget it. You'll never figure it out. You'll never get a foothold on your spiritual warfare if you're infiltrated. That's another thing with these ministries. They don't understand how devastating infiltration is. And they think that they've got the gift of discernment and that they would just know and be able to pick it up. These infiltrators come dressed in sheep's clothing. And when you're infiltrated, 9 times out of 10, it's your right-hand man sitting right next to you. I think the only ministries who have not been infiltrated are Now You See TV, and it's because they don't let anybody on their panel. Now, I don't agree with their doctrine. That's why I love hanging out, though. I love everybody in their chat room. And I love them. I just don't agree with everything. But they're not infiltrated. And one of the ways that they've been able to not be infiltrated is because they're smart. They don't let anybody else up on their panel. It's just John and David and their work together. They don't let anybody in. Infiltrators, oh geez, they'll pose as friends, they'll pose as survivors advocates. And meanwhile, they're really not. And then if somebody's afflicted with a fake Jesus and you let them up at your pulpit, you may as well let a wolf in sheep's clothing up at your pulpit, because your spiritual warfare is going to be the same. The person's done up on a version of Jesus. Now, a version of Jesus is not good enough. It's not Jesus himself. It's not the truth. It's only a version. A version of Jesus does not get you into heaven. But I'll tell you, that false doctrine, I'll be honest, when God said to me, because I kept nagging at him, I was like, God, what about this false doctrine? He said to me, he goes, Holly, it does turn into a salvation issue. Because false doctrine is not the truth. Yeshua is the truth. They're believing in something that's false. It leads to a salvation issue, because if you're fooled on your doctrine, well, then Lucy's going to rip a hole in your life somewhere else. And before you know it, you'll be blessing demonically possessed people, saying that you're a Christian. If you're really a Christian, you expose evil and you bind and cast down the demon. You don't pat it on the back when it goes in and out of your chat room. That ain't a Christian. That's just a person stealing the title of Christian. They're not doing the work, but they want the title. It's actually quite appalling to us true Blue Kings kids. You know how hard us Kings kids work? The body of Christ is tiny. It is tiny. You have to figure people with man's traditions, people with false doctrine, then you get the witches and the warlocks, you get the false teachers, the false prophets, you get people lying about being survivors, and they're actually still active MK Ultra slaves pushing forward pushing forward an agenda. Well, they all call themselves Christians. You got a bunch of people calling themselves Christians, but they're not exposing evil. They're not binding and casting down demons. Instead, they're blessing the demons and then praying in agreement with the demons. And then they say that they're Christians. That's really appalling. Okay, how about this? King's kids. King's kids bind and cast down devils. They don't invite demonically possessed people to sit and chill in their chat room, letting that demon spiritually attack everybody else in their chat room. Yeah, you want a ministry, you want to be at the pulpit? These people out there on YouTube calling themselves Christian, they better watch it. Abba told me to get at the pulpit. That's why I'm here. I'm not making a mistake. I see a lot of people getting up at the pulpits or saying that their channel's their ministry or whatever, and they're making grave mistakes. And messing around with demons is one of them. I'm still like, the more I think about it, the more I'm aggravated. Christian, people calling themselves Christians, but they don't do 1 ounce of freedom deliverances. They don't do 1 ounce of spiritual warfare, not 1 ounce of being a prayer warrior. Never binding and casting down demons. It really is appalling. People want to preach Jesus, but they don't live it. I don't know how God put puts up with it. Really, I don't know how he puts up with it. I wouldn't be able to. I'd be like, that's it, guys. I'm in the world now. I've had it with all y'all. I'm taking the animals with me, and you can go bounce out. I'm taking the animals and the king's kids with me, and see ya. Well, that's what God's going to do in the end anyway. He's going to take what's his and restore us to the New Jerusalem, which will be better than the Garden of Eden. But in essence, he's going to restore us in his glory to the point like Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden. That's why we get glorified bodies. And when we come back, no, we're not getting married. We're not having babies. The Bible says it. When you're resurrected, you're like the angels and are not given on to marriage. Right? And I've been asking Abba, I'm like, when you return the second time, all who are left on the earth go through a change, right? We get our glorified bodies, I guess, then. God, my question is, are we going to replenish the earth during your 1,000 years of reign? That's my question. Because if the people here on earth go through that change on the seventh trumpet, and then we go through the first of 2 resurrections on his second return. So they're resurrected. We go through a change. Who's going to replenish the earth? Okay, so if we're not going to replenish the earth, what's it going to be like? Could you imagine we could run around with the animals all day long? It'd be like the Garden of Eden all over again. We wouldn't have to worry about money. We wouldn't have to worry about sex. We wouldn't have to worry about medication. We wouldn't have to worry about anything. And then at the end of Yeshua's 1,000 years of reign, that's when he conquers Lucy. Right now, before his return, we're dealing with 2 beasts, the beast of the sea and the beast of the land. I don't know. I ask Abba these questions. What's it going to be like? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Like, really? I think it might be at the end at that point. I don't know that he's going to replenish the earth. Think about it. The 144,000 seals, they're all men. They're all young men. Can't replenish the earth with a bunch of men. And those 144,000 seals, they go through that change too when the 7 trumpets blown. I really wonder what it's going to be like during his 1,000 years of reign. I bet you. I wonder if we'll get to fix the earth. Well, no, we'll get a new earth. We'll get to explore the earth. We'll have more than enough time to explore the whole earth. And just be with him. I was thinking about yesterday the time from before I was born on earth. What were we talking about, Abba? I was walking yesterday. I was talking about the memories in my head, about the time from before I was born. I was thinking about the memories in my head and saying, Abba, you know, I feel that all of this is true. I feel that all of this is real. You know, the memories from the time before I was born, that is so real to me. Like on Judgment Day, Abba, I'm going to be like, hey, everything I've been saying the past 7 years, I truly believe it happened. Am I right or wrong? Like, what's the truth here? Did I get it right or wrong, Abba? Because I believe I remember you from the time before I was born on earth. And I definitely want to go back. Thank God that I don't have to like buy an airfare ticket back because he's coming here. I don't need a jump room. I don't need a chauffeur. I don't need to go anywhere. He's coming here. I'm not going anywhere. Like I told my alters too, if we were ever triggered to go active again, we're not. We're just not. Especially with the SSP Secret Space Program. We're keeping our feet on the earth. I'm not going anywhere. The Bible says he and his angels are returning to the earth, not L.A. Marzulli on a horse or his congregants. The Bible says Yeshua and his angels are returning to the earth, so I'm keeping my feet planted on the earth until he returns. I'm not floating off anywhere. I don't have wings. When I get up to heaven, I'm going to ask God for some. Could you imagine? Yeah, there goes Holly. Yeah, there she goes again. She loves her wings. Well, she's occupied for eternity. Thanks, God, you got her out of her hair. Just give her a set of wings and she's off. It's beautiful in heaven. I can't imagine that we get a new heaven and a new earth. We get everything brand new. We get new bodies. Okay, for my new body, I want it the same as this one, just rejuvenated and healthy and stuff again. But I want to keep my same stuff, you know what I mean? The lady downstairs yesterday, I went and got her Tylenol. She ran out. She didn't have money, so I went and got it for her. And I didn't ask her or tell her first. I just went and got it. And then when I came home, I called her and I was like, I got you Tylenol, and I don't take Tylenol, so you have to take it. It upsets my stomach. And she did. But she wanted me to come down at 9 this morning to change cat litter. I don't know what was wrong with last night, but I was like 9 a.m. How about when I wake up? Because I don't know when I'm going to wake up. 9 a.m. to change cat litter. How about like 12 or 1? But I've noticed reunions are in the air. Reunions are definitely in the air. I myself am all reunioned out. I'm good at people want to stay in the woodwork. If they're going to hit on me, yeah, they may as well stay in the woodwork. Maybe I should do a broadcast on infiltration. I was going to a while ago, but I figured if I did it, it would be too close to the actual event and situation that had occurred, and I should space it out. But then again, infiltration is always going to happen. It's always going to happen. That's right. You guys are going to take me for a walk. You ready? Good. last year at this time with the gang stalkers. I couldn't even go out the front door with my dog. I have to do something with my chair. It's been sitting here for a week. I know I have a lot to do, and I haven't. I'm gonna clean it off with water and vinegar. This has to be fixed, but if I ever get my car fixed and I see my friend Dave, I'll bring this to him and he'll put a new piece of plywood on there for me. But I'm pretty happy. I remember the winter of, December 2014 and January, February, March of 2015. I lived in a chair just like that. I remember staring out the window, daydreaming of what my life would be like 10 years. Well, if there'd even be a world 10 years later, but back in the winter of 2014 and 15, I'd woken up from MK Ultra, and I remember daydreaming of what my life would be like, what I was going to do, if I was going to come forward, what I should do. But then once I was in the hospital, I was like, I'm not going through all this misery and hell just to keep quiet. I'm going to speak again. And when I do, I'm going to scream from the mountaintops. I wanted to speak at conferences, to be honest with you. That was one of my daydreams, was to be a speaker at conferences. Lo and behold, here I am now on FringeRadioNetwork.com, the same place L.A. Marzulli and Rustistar started out. Even Michael Basham. They were broadcasting his Fringe streams. They were broadcasting them in another country on FM radio. So you never know. And I want to broadcast more on Fringe. A boiled rice with star, anise, and car. No, I don't. You just gave the recipe on how to do it, River. Today's Friday. I miss my dog's shadow. You have a great day. Have a nice day, Tim. I'm not doing anything today. I'm not even walking to the store. I wish. Gosh, I miss Keepers so much. So as the the Euphrates River's drying up, they're starting to find all these ancient architecture, I guess, that's been underneath the water. They're going to unlock those 4 angels. They're probably, once the river really dries up, I don't know, there's something more to the Euphrates drying up than what's happening now. It is at spring water, and down the way, they go trout fishing from here. So I have a creek like this, but it's wide right behind my house. It's a lot wider and a little bit deeper. The fallen are chained under it. Lariva, I asked Abba, he's like, not yet. I know it's drying up. They're going to find interesting things, but not yet. Where it's not it. Like, the 5th trumpet hasn't sounded yet. But I wonder, Lariva, if they don't go, when the river dries up, they don't go exploring, if by chance they don't knock on the door where these things are chained. Could you imagine seeing these things chained? Finding where they are? Actually looking at them? Geez, you'd pass out for fear, fright, just to lay eyes on them. That's another reason why they did the torture-based mind control trauma torture-based mind control techniques, is to fracture us. So when we were exposed to these fallen entities, we didn't pass out in fright. We could still function and operate, even though we were face to face with one of those things. They did those, that stuff to us to dehumanize us and desensitize us. I'll be honest, Lariva, on this secret space program, when I was in that building, the swastika-shaped building, on the dark side of the moon, because if it was on the light side of the moon, we'd all see it. When I walked out of the hospital room, I kid you not, Lariva, I saw different species of aliens walking around, and I just collapsed. I face planted. A nurse coming down the hallway picked me up and brought me back in my room, and I kept the hospital room door closed at all times, so I didn't have to look at those critters, because just to look at them, they're frightening. I mean, look at little gray aliens. You can't say those things don't pee out of you. They do. Especially when they're in your house, you know. I tripped. I remember when I got here, I made my covenant on these 2 rocks. Every place that I've lived at, I found a rock and rededicated my covenant to Heavenly Abba. So it was this rock. It's my rock. I'll tell you, this tree, you can make a great tree house in this. Getting run over by tractor equipment. I'm trying, guys. That's what I should do, is put my head in my audio Bible. That'll keep me busy for a while. I've been sleeping to it lately, and That always gets my dreams going, but I can't listen to all the parts of the Bible because sometimes I'm really unsettled listening to it. I got bad news. Someone I met a couple years ago, they're in stage 4 terminal cancer, and they moved from New Jersey back to Michigan so they can die in Michigan. I guess it's liver cancer or something like that. Revelation. I love Revelation. I just don't know how people come up with all these different doctrines and then expect God to make them come true. Like, one thing I liked about Anita Riviera is Anita's faith. She's funny. Is that she prepares people for the tribulation. She prepares people for the tribulation. She doesn't talk about this rapture or getting out of here. She prepares you to be going through it. And I wish more ministries were doing that. And because they're not, they've made us weak. They've made the body of Christ weak, I think. I don't know. I have to remember, though, that I want to walk with God like Enoch did. And there's a lot of other people that just follow Jesus. And no offense, there's a difference between those that follow Jesus and those that want more. Thank God, God is God and he judges hearts. Because if I were him, I'd be like, guys, I made it easy. I gave you a book that I interpreted for you. It's not difficult. What are you doing making up stuff? Hey, Lincoln, how are you? Busts my buffers. I like that, bust my buffers. Good morning, Lincoln. It's good to see you. Yeah, it does bust my buffers too. We're not going anywhere. And all of that time wasted praying for a rapture, talking about a rapture. All those people misled because you're talking about a rapture that's not true. Oh, Holly, you know what I mean, the seventh trumpet. No, I don't know what you mean. And if you meant the seventh trumpet, you would have said the seventh trumpet. You didn't say the seventh trumpet. You said rapture. Oh, well, if I don't get raptured, Holly, that's going to be okay. I'm still going to love Jesus after all. No, you're not. I hear Christians say that all the time, and my altars pop up, and they're like, no, you're not. The second you realize that you're not getting raptured, you're going to realize your own mortality. You're going to feel that God hates you, and then you're going to get mad at him, and you're going to put your back to him. And then you're going to have a complete heart attack realizing that your fantasies are not the truth, and that you're going to have to die like everybody else. People are going to turn away from God. Do you know that even though I never fully bought that rapture, when I woke up 7 years ago, I went to God and I said, God, I don't believe in this rapture crap. If it's real, show me. But if it's not real, can you show me what there is? And he showed me 2 resurrections. Notice the rapture people, they never talk about the 2 resurrections. They probably couldn't even tell you when the 2 resurrections happened. You get a bunch of MK Ultra survivors out there saying that Jesus already returned. No, he didn't. You get other people saying, oh, well, we're in 1,000 years of a saint's reign that they mysteriously pulled off a tree. Listen, if Jesus returned, our world would not be like this. Really? You didn't hear of it until 2011? I heard it back when I was 18 years old, Lariva. And right then and there, I had to check in my spirit about it. But then when I asked God, November 2014, he showed me 2 resurrections, and I took that to a ministry. And she was like, no, this is God, Holly. Holly, this is God. I was like, I've never heard of 2 resurrections. I just had a dream with 2 resurrections. She's like, no, Holly, this is God. I can find it in the Bible. And she found it in Matthew, I think, or Mark or something. But then it's also in Revelation. She used to be a rapturist until she got done talking with me. I kid you not. And then I don't think she was fully sold on the rapture doctrine. But she believes, I think, that we are sealed, that we get sealed, and that's how we get through the Great Tribulation. It's not by a rapture, it's by a seal. Like Noah and his family and the animals were sealed, we get sealed. It's not in the Bible. It's not in the Bible. Rapture's not in the Bible. There's a gathering in the Bible, but that's upon Yeshua's second return. That's towards the end of tribulation. We got to go through all the seals and all the trumpets first before Jesus gets back. And I don't want to speculate. I don't have a clear answer, but I'm thinking that when those bowls are poured, that's when all of us are going to be gathered. And we're the reason why the bridegroom, the groom's voice and the bridegroom's voice is no longer heard in the world is because I think all of us are going to be together going through the world's largest exodus ever seen on a grand scale. And we'll be making our way over to Jerusalem, Israel for a second return. We're going to be walking a long time, man. You know how long it takes me to get to the dispensary, and that's 10 miles? 4 hours. Yeah, we got some walking to do ahead of us, guys. His second return is a culmination of events. It's not just like that. It's not in the shape. It's not. Yeah, a resurrection is like that. You know, for the people that are deceased waiting to be resurrection, for them, it feels like it's in the twinkling of an eye. For them, they feel like they're in the air right now. They're with Yeshua, but they're resting in him. But for them, it's a twinkling of an eye before they're resurrected. For you and I, we're like on fast forward right now. They're on super duper slow motion and we're on super duper speed. Don't you love that, how God is on the outside of time? The only reason why I know is because Abba resurrected me March of 2007. It's because I went through it. So when I read the Bible, when I see the twinkling of an eye and you feel like you're caught up in the air, you're just explaining a resurrection to me. And the rapturists don't like it because I'll say, I got distracted, Lincoln, you still can't walk. What are you going to do, Lincoln? You got to get like, you're going to have to go on disability. Is starting Daniel 8 really? Oh my God, Lariva, I met John Hall's doppelganger. There's a man at the dispensary, and I went up to him, I said, sir, this is going to sound weird, but I don't know if you've ever heard of like doppelgangers, whatever they're called, but it's like you have a twin somewhere else in the world. I was like, sir, I met this man. There's a husband and wife ministry I have followed for years. I met them. I met the husband face to face at a conference, so I know what he looks like and I know what he sounds like. I was like, sir, I'm going to get a picture of this other minister and show it to you because he sounds like you, and the way I look at it, you guys look alike. I'm always doing a double take when I hear you and see you because I'm thinking of John Hall. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get a picture of the dispensary guy. I feel kind of weird. He looked at me like I had 4 heads, but I don't care. Like if I have a dream and you're in it, I come up and I tell the person, even that married dude that was hitting on me, waiting outside for me to leave the dispensary, I still told him the truth. I think he really screwed up with God, that dude, and he really screwed up with his marriage and his whole life. But I still saw God reach down to that married dude who lies and cheats on his wife. I still saw God reach down to that rapist too. I saw God reach down. I've seen God reach to people of all backgrounds. So there is no sin too big that Jesus cannot forgive, and there's no sin that he will not forgive so long as you repent to him. You got to repent to him. And repenting means you say, I'm sorry, and then stop doing it. Right now, I can only confess to nicotine. I can't repent for it. I can just say, I'm sorry, I have an addiction to nicotine. Abba, I need your strength to get off. And I'll tell you guys right now, I do not have it in me to even try to quit. So please don't pressure me right now because I don't even have it in me. I feel like I'm in a rut, you know? I'm going to try again. I haven't given up. I just might need to be in a holding pattern for a minute. What were we saying before? We're going to have to do something about your hip. First, reconcile to thy brother.
Don't bring it in there.
I can't swim either. Well, go on your back. Keep a full breath of air. And if you can't walk, you can still move your arms to tread water. I need strength also, Holly. Heavenly Abba, I come before you. I lift up Lariva and myself to you. Like this morning, Abba, I was telling you I need conviction so that way I will do what I'm supposed to do because I'll be too scared of you not to do it. Abba, can you please help us? You know what Lariva needs. Please answer her personal requests for her, and you know what I need. And please help me too, Heavenly Abba. In Yeshua's name, Selah. He's like, yeah, we need to get you this nicotine stuff to kick your cravings, and then you'll be fine. And I know there's natural herbs out there that I could take to help me, and that would make all the difference to quit smoking. And I have those different herbs written down, but finding them, oh, jeez. Take cigs. Oh, geez, Lariva cigarettes are the hardest thing I've ever tried to give up. Coming off of pain management pills was easier than quitting smoking cigarettes, Lariva. I kid you not. I came off of methadone, that stuff. That doctor should have never put me on it. My pain level was that bad, but I didn't need methadone. Like I didn't have a drug addiction to need methadone. It's just my pain was that bad. Hey, Huntress. But yeah, cigarettes are the hardest one. They're so interwoven in your life. And like I'm nervous and fidgety, so I go right to it. Oh yeah, Huntress. I forget where in the video. I guess it was like maybe 20 minutes in or 40 minutes in, I started to lay into plastic Christians. And then I was like, you know what? I have to be mindful of the new believers. They're at different levels. I'm like, this is where Huntress comes in because she's got that compassion. And I meant to call you too a few times. I meant to call you. I've been all screwed up on my cycles, sleeping and everything. I didn't eat. I didn't really eat yesterday. But anyway, I was like, if you want that compassion and that tenderness, you got to go to Huntress because I'm more like a drill sergeant. And I have to remember that there's a difference between me and other people. Other people follow Jesus. They're following the Lamb. But I've reached for more. I want to walk with God like Enoch. So that requires a lot more than a typical follower, right? It'd be a completely different walk. And not to be narrow-minded, but I can't understand followers. I can't understand followers. Maybe because they're going too slow of a pace for me. I'm just busting chops. No, but really, like I've dedicated my whole existence to him. And I'm still learning how to do that. I need to get my thoughts in order all the time. That's a constant job, keeping my thoughts in line to even be able to walk with God. Because you get these bad thoughts, that I gotta bind and cast them out too. Plastic Christians putting up with people that are demonically possessed. They're supposed to be binding and casting down demons, not playing patty cake with them, not saying nice things so everybody gets along. No, because then you're getting along with a demon. Here, I got one for you. Pretty stretched lately. I wonder if it's a solar flares because Galactic Angels has been checking on me. She's been love bombing me. She's such a sweetheart. But she keeps telling me that there's solar flares. Even James Stars, my James. Not the bad James, but my James. He even gave me a heads up too a few weeks ago, which was good because my altars knew to slow down and not slam my cell phone on the table when the solar flare is affecting it. I already need a new one, but I can't. I gotta get my car fixed. So I'm still working on that issue. I'll see you later, Lariva. You have a great time with Daniel. Daniel 13, I was programmed to that. When the great Prince Michael rises, so will his people. So James Casbolt, that's Michael Prince. I know him as Michael Prince. He goes by James Casbolt. Well, anyway, we were programmed so when Michael Prince stands up, in the Bible it says the great Prince Michael will stand up. The Bible's talking about the Archangel Michael. Well, for me, in Project Ibis with the group of kids, for us, we were programmed to Daniel. So when in Project Ibis, because we were instilled with Egyptian principles and Egyptology, that's because we were backbred to the alien Aryan race. Thoth, to be specific, Thoth, the fallen bloodline. So when Michael, our commander, stood up, so do we. So when he goes to war, so do we. That's how we were programmed, was to that. And Michael Prince, the great Prince Michael, yeah, see? And then look at my name, Holly. Then you had David. There's another person from the Holy Bible. You had Aaron. There's another one from the Holy Bible. Okay, here I found something. God's chosen servant. Matthew chapter 12, verse 15. Yeshua, aware of this, withdrew from there, and many followed him, and he healed them all and ordered them not to make him known. This was to fulfill what was spoken by the prophet Isaiah. Behold, my servant whom I have chosen, my beloved with whom my soul is well pleased. I will put my spirit upon him, and he will proclaim justice to the Gentiles. He will not quarrel or cry aloud, nor will anyone hear his voice in the streets. A bruised reed he will not break, and a smoldering wick he will not quench, until he brings justice to victory, and in his name the Gentiles will hope. Blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. Verse 22, Matthew chapter 12. Then a demon-oppressed man who was blind and mute was brought to him, and he was healed, so that the man spoke and saw. Then a demon-oppressed man who was blind and mute was brought to him, and he was healed, so that the man spoke and saw. All the people were amazed and said, "Can this be the son of David?" But when the Pharisees heard it, they said, "It is only by Beelzebub, the prince of demons, that this man casts out demons." Knowing their thoughts, he said to them, "Every kingdom divided against itself is laid to waste, and no city or house divided against itself will stand. And if Satan cast out Satan, he is divided against himself. How then will his kingdom stand? And if I cast out demons by Beelzebub, by whom do your sons cast them out? Therefore they will be your judges. But if it is by the Spirit of God that I cast out demons, then the kingdom of God has come upon you. Or how can someone enter a strong man's house and plunder his goods unless he first binds the strong man? Then indeed he may plunder his house. Whoever is not with me is against me, and whoever does not gather me with me scatters. Therefore I tell you, every sin and blasphemy will be forgiven people, but the blasphemy against the Spirit will not be forgiven. And whoever speaks a word against the Son of Man will be forgiven, but whoever speaks against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven, either in this age or in the age to come." Why, Ritter? Why? Why will Jesus forgive you if you say bad stuff about him, but you won't be forgiven if you blaspheme the Holy Spirit? Does that mean because Jesus forgives and the Holy Spirit does not? Because it's Jesus the one that forgives us? I don't know. Heavenly Abba, why? And blasphemy will be forgiven people, but the blasphemy against the Spirit will not be forgiven. And whoever speaks a word against the Son of Man will be forgiven, but whoever speaks against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven, either in this age or in the age to come. Maybe because you're blaspheming the root core of him, and it's the Holy Spirit, our companion, that resurrects us. It's the same Spirit that resurrected Yeshua. Well, just common sense would say, don't blaspheme the Spirit that resurrects you, or you're not getting resurrected. But I wonder why. I don't understand. I don't understand, Abba. And River's only going to give me apples. Not an answer. Hey, Tullies, how are you? Did I ever tell you guys what Tullies did for me? When I released my autobiography, Tullies put it to an automated voice. So you know how James Casbolt, Commander James Casbolt, put Agent Buried Alive up online under an automated voice? Tullies did that for me. I was like, score! sibling rivalry. If Michael can do it, I want to do it. Commander wrote a book, I want to write a book. Michael put his to an automated voice, I want to put mine to an automated voice. That was the best gift ever. I remember jumping up and down at that plastic Christian's house. I'm like, I'm just like Michael. Mine's put to an automated voice too. But I wonder why it says that if you blaspheme Jesus, you'll be forgiven, but not the Holy Spirit. You blaspheme the Holy Spirit, and that's it. Because it's the Spirit of God, and the Spirit of God casts out demons. You blaspheme him, he ain't going to help you. Every kingdom is divided against itself, is laid to waste, and no city or house divided against itself will stand. Is that the same with churches that are infiltrated or that put up with demonically possessed people? They'll fall too. Just all the more reason why to live alone. My house will never be divided with just me here. You know how much it sucked living in a divided house? I mean, at least if the dude was possessed and afflicted by an intelligent demon, it wouldn't have been half bad. But I got stuck with a dummy. Dum-dum. Raised this kid to be a dum-dum too. So I guess a lot of churches are going to fall. I mean, look at these churches that drag in Christmas trees or the baby Jesus. That's Satan right there. I don't know why people put up mangers. I'd be scared to do that because that baby Jesus always reminds me of Satan. Like I've had nightmares with kids laughing in them, and in those certain nightmares that I've had, it was like a demonic attack. I pray for animals that don't have anybody to pray for them and to cover them and wash them in the blood of the Lamb. And I pray for all animals to have their full armor on in Yeshua's name. I pray for the pets that their owners aren't taking care of them in that capacity in Yeshua's name. The purpose of parables. Then the disciples came and said to him, why do you speak to them in parables? And he answered them, to you has been given to know the secrets of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it has not been given. For to the one who has, more will be given, and he will have an abundance. But from the one who has not, even what he has will be taken away. This is why I speak to them in parables, because seeing they do not see, and hearing they do not hear, nor do they understand. Indeed, in their case, the prophecy of Isaiah is fulfilled that says, you will indeed hear but never understand. You will indeed see and never perceive. For this people's heart has grown dull, and with their ears they can barely hear, and their eyes they have closed, lest they should see with their eyes and hear with their ears and understand with their heart and turn. I would heal them. And understand with their heart and turn, and I would heal them. But blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your ears hear. For truly I say to you, many prophets and righteous people longed to see what you see and did not see it, and to hear what you hear and did not hear it. Well, if that's true, How come I was pushed aside, shunned, and nobody listened? If it's true that prophets and, well, that's not true. There's been a lot of Christians that have tried to buy my spiritual gifts with their money. So you and I don't need parables, but they're given so that people that don't see and hear can understand. And you can tell who sees and hears just by how they read the Bible when they misinterpret when it says, and if it were possible, even the elect shall be deceived. We're reading the same exact words. The elect are not going to be deceived. But people always read it. How the elect are going to be deceived, Holly? God wouldn't pick a bunch of bubbleheads to carry his gospel. The elect are not deceived. I mean, look at the other ones, the other Bible passages where they talk about the locust coming out of the pit and biting people who do not have the seal on their forehead. And when bitten, these people will seek death and suffer for 5 months, and death won't be found. People read that Bible passage and they get it wrong. They say that people with the seal of God on their forehead are going to get bit and want to die. That's not how the Bible reads. It says the people that have not the seal on their forehead will be the ones seeking death and can't die because that bite from the locust is going to be so terrible. You can see it all throughout the Bible, like how people misread it. And when they misread it and years upon years upon years go by and they still keep misreading it, I have to ask myself, God, if they're misreading it, are they even your elect? God, if they're misreading it, are you going to put a seal on their forehead? To love God with all my being, to love him with all my might is the greatest command. Probably not. You're going to tell me, love thy neighbor like you would yourself. That would probably be the second, but love him with all my might and all my being. Keep him number one. He's all I have anyway. You know, I don't have a family. Love your neighbor like yourself. It's either love your neighbor like yourself or love Jesus with all your heart, right? Where is it written in the Bible? Probably in Matthew. It's probably in Matthew. I don't know the Bible that well, but I could go look it up. The parable of the hidden treasure. What's that? I'm back here. What is that? Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant in search of fine pearls, who, on finding one pearl of great value, went and sold all that he had and bought it. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a net that was thrown into the sea and gathered fish of every kind. When it was full, men drew it ashore and sat down and sorted the good into containers, but threw away the bad. so will it be at the end of the age. The angels will come out and separate the evil from the righteous and throw them into the fiery furnace. That is the place there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Ooh, Deuteronomy. Where'd I go? Deuteronomy 6:4. The greatest commandment. Now, this is the greatest commandment. Statutes, that's it. Statutes and rules. My cell phone's going dead now. Hey, Nan. The Lord your God commanded me to teach you that you may do them in the land to which you are going over to possess it, that you may fear the Lord your God, you and your son and your son's son, by keeping all of his statutes and commandments which I command you all the days of your life, and that your days may be long. Oh, to fear the Lord, to fear him. Hey Nancy, how you feeling? I've been praying for you. Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength and with all your mind, and love your neighbor as yourself. We were reading Deuteronomy 6 because there's a whole chapter called the greatest command. So love God. I test that in Yeshua's name. I test that in Yeshua's name. Have you understood all these things? They said to him, yes. And he said to them, therefore every scribe who has been trained for the kingdom of heaven is like a master of a house who brings out his treasure, what is new and what is old. God's living logos is a treasure. I love him so much. I would have never thought in a million years that I would have dedicated my life to him, though. I don't even worry about catching up on past videos. You haven't missed anything, Nancy. You've heard it all before. You have. I'm trying to catch up on Fringe. Let me put on my sneakers. Like, get some of the stuff I talked about on YouTube on Fringe. But I just don't know. Hold on a second. Putting my sneakers on. I'm back. Oh, they keep kicking you off. Totally worn out from being in and out of the medical stuff the last 10 days. Oh, I hope you get rest. I don't know what I'm going to do. I really don't know what I'm going to do. I should take my medicine. I should hang on to my medicine so I have it tonight. My altars. I'm still struggling. But I think I'm all right. I think I'm all right. to charge. I can't stand it up like I used to, so you'll have to bear with me a moment. I feel horrible today. YouTube, as you on delay, this is odd. Biden, is that you watching us? Somebody else said that to me too, that I was off. I feel horrible. Maybe I could make some scrambled eggs with toast. Wow, Tellies. Yeah, I haven't had scrambled eggs in a long time. That's what it was, that one word, statutes. Abba's rules and statutes. Statutes. I'm just really upset. I mean, people lay into me and people scrutinize me, but I need to pull back. I do at times. Because just as they lay into me, I need to lay into them right back. When I saw a bunch of Christians tolerate demonic possession, and that was what, in the last 24 hours, I gotta tell you, it's really disheartened me. It really is. That just means there's even more places where I won't go back. Because how am I going to get fellowship when they're allowing demonically possessed people as their congregants and followers? That's not fellowship for me. That's a demonic attack for me. How does someone call themselves a Christian but they tolerate demonic possession? How do people call themselves a Christian when they pray along with demonically possessed people? How do they call themselves a Christian and sleep well at night when they're praying in agreement with demonically possessed people? I don't understand that. I guess they're all fallen. I guess those are the people that we're going to see fall away from the church. I mean, if they're already blessing demons. Oh, God bless you. Come again tomorrow morning. God bless you. See you on later tonight. You're blessing a demonically possessed person. Oh my God, talk about throwing pearls before swine. Yeah, people will get mad at me. Don't be friends with that person, Holly. They're not covered in the blood of the Lamb. What are you doing being friends with them? They're not covered in the blood of the Lamb. And then they turn around. Oh, God bless you, Debbie. It doesn't matter that you're demonically possessed, that it's the demon talking to me through you. God bless you.
Oh my gosh. It made me. Gosh, I've never fallen asleep like this. It's extremely hot. People in England, be careful. Careful. Health and safety, be careful. I am struggling with this heat. I don't know what temperature it is when you're outside. I never sleep for hours like this. I've had fans on. Oh, well, it's weird. It's very strange. Keep drinking hydration. I eat water or sugary type drinks. Guess I've got plenty of electric. They're constantly on the fans, the main fan. Right. This lady, she's very good with those scriptures in America. I have to be careful because I'm coughing. This radiation is strong. It might hurt me trying to bloody torture me. Excuse my breathing. There's no air and there's no breeze coming through. So the times we're living in, there's this weather as well. How many hours? I can tell. It's like 1 minute I wake up and I'm asleep, and next minute it's this time. I have to check. I'm telling you, if you were there, I didn't know. Blessings to you. I did this for Holly in America and her streaming. It woke me up on this beautiful. See if I can get through to General Murray, what happened to him. Where he is. I can't do it on air, but I have to check my data. Gosh. I wish I missed the coast when it's weather like this. My bloody brain feels like it's been through a washing machine. And earlier days I popped in the chat in America. I missed the coast when it's weather like this. Blessings to you. So I've got to check how long this has been going for. You do not, what it says in UK is whether mainstream advice and health advice. Just stay put and keep cool best you can. Okay. Do not, what it says it is very hard. Mainstream advice and health advice. Just stay put and keep cool best you can. I put me to sleep, didn't I? Then go to try and base my control. That was mystery. It's very hot outside, you okay? 12 or 8, 22, you should say. Beaches will be bad. manipulation. Frequencies is what it is, you see. And also listening to. Very hot. I can't even get into my what I do. I can't get into my this lady, she's very good. Saving grace. I've lost my taste in my mouth. You know what that is, it's frequencies. I'll get it back eventually, but it's always when I wake up. It's very my chest, my head and my chest is very. I keep relaxed. Taste. Unless I'm hacking to this computer. I would protect. Alright, does it show how many hours I've been streaming for? Anybody out there, you need to take this weather seriously. Be careful, because it's look what's happening in France with the fires. Just be sensible, in my opinion. Stay put if you can. Trust in the Lord Jesus Christ, Heavenly Father. Okay. They do this to me. Imagine what they're doing to people that know what's going on. I still have doesn't tell me how many hours. I know it's long, so I'm going to check. I hope these people at home have got a shelter, because they can't survive. You don't want to drink any alcohol in this weather, ever. You know, I'm telling you. She stood around. Doesn't say how many hours I've been streaming for. I started at 4:41 in the morning. It's 1:30 in the afternoon now.
Anybody out there, you need to take this weather
Right,
seriously.
let me have a look at weather cam. Okay. Scotland weather, I don't know. But you'll see how hot it is. Let's see if I've got a Met Office tab I can open up. The website.
They do this to me. Imagine what they do to you. What's going on?
It's my chest. My weather. Where's the weather one? Can't find it. Go on that one.
Tell me how many hours.
Okay. metoffice.co.uk. Okay, mainstream weather. Right. 2 o'clock roughly. Let's see. My goodness. 3 degrees. Look at the time when it's meant to be. It feels like 30 right now. What's the time? Good Lord. If you got your ice cubes and your ice packs already, I have. Get my ice pack and my sandwiches. You don't want to have any hot food, okay? Wind. If there's any wind out there, I might have to go out, but I'm gonna try and just text my carer friends come round to get me up. Might just get me under the water out in buckets, get the ice in it, and just have a cold wash again. Yeah, so let's have a look at the warnings. I'm screen sharing this, if this helps anyone else out there. You can hear what it's doing to me right now. This is extreme weather. We don't get it normally like this. Yeah, it's covering my area. Right, so all this affected, front. So let's have a look at that warning. Oh. I hope that I'm doing right. Temperatures increase in much of the UK, peaking on Friday and Saturday, which is today. Overnight, very warm. You can't sleep properly, by the way. The warning in patch, you can see the tick the box. Very likely. It's affecting my region. I don't know, I haven't checked the news yet. Drought declared in several parts of England. And there's going to be warning of thunderstorms next week. Just one. The thunderstorm next week had 55 million more facing host by ban. I don't use one anyway. Yorkshire water as well. Hacking into my computer. Drought declared in large areas of England. Amber is for heat health concern, and it's extended. Is that next Tuesday? Yellow thunderstorm warnings for most of the UK on Monday. That's great. Maine. Yeah, don't want to go to bloody big venues where there's no air conditioning and respite from the heat either. Music events and stuff. Don't drink alcohol if you can help it. I always wear a hat anyway. I was always taught that as a kid. Right, so it's my area. The area is affected by the drought officially. Devon, Cornwall, South Downs, Kent and London, South, Herts, North London, East Anglia, Thames Valley, Lincolnshire, my area, East Midlands, were all got the drought declared. The roads are melting. Some areas. The dryness in Cornwall is a shame. Bodmin never ever gets a problem with these things either. Cornwall area. Reservoirs. If you ever got your bottles of water, your water providing tablets, just in case. Okay, here we go. A known shop. Tesco temporarily stopped selling disposable barbecues. It's common sense. These type fans and off-grid things is quite expensive to get. Okay. That's just one website. I'm sure there's plenty. I think I'll look in my area. I'll get to it. Stop hacking my computer. Or they like to keep hacking my computer. So it's something I can click on. Really, please look out for neighbours when you target you. They don't. Assets to shelter and water is made available from seekless owners. In what way? Through that will help alert extreme heat. The Hope Centre is in company, so all the others. They tend to have the heat. Yes, if it's in the countryside. Oh, they blocked my website, internet. Yes, but I'm not sharing now. They have my computer. Okay, so it's a farm about 30 miles away. Geneva Place of farms and fields. Don't know what place. Give a date. Yes, so right, get out. So I'll end this stream for now. Give me. Hi, Tanya. You can hear me, can you? Go here.
heute schauen wir uns mal Pluswert ein bisschen genauer an, denn Pluswert
Through our we now have the assurance of everlasting life, stewardship, and an inheritance set apart for us. High realms. Today, no matter what condemnation you have faced, RCC was watered down. Everything, and they did that on purpose, right? All the G and all that stuff. CI is crazy. We go into the Bible. God's word tells us that these two are saints, that they're taught, and that they have a big impact in this story. It's very important. Don't allow your own mind and the propaganda of RCC to rule it with Satan. Inside the vision, watch the vision as the vision's going on, and then have a name. Have priorities. It's amazing stuff. They're saying so. Say that because it was in my head. I went there in the RCC, I'm like, well, dear me. They defiled God's word. Now it's infiltrated my head. Sure. They were saying, you're Jerusalem. Back away. And I heard one saint speaking to another saint and said, under that certain saint was straight. I wasn't saying that. We shall be the vision concerning the daily sacrifices and the transgressions of the desolation. In both the sanctuary and the most of God. You guys are right. That's so great. But let's just do it. And it's very critical. How long are the visions of the daily sacrifices? Yeah, transgression of desolation. Yeah. to the church of waves coming in from those nukes that went down, and they're going to be destroying the city. Watch. Okay, I'm going to pause and tell this. This is on the middle. So here's the third layer main. Do you understand what? Like, I don't know how does the sea shrunk apart and smoke and it's a very like watch it happen right in front of your face. Water as high as the walls of Jerusalem will cover the city by the sea. Look at this. Watch it happen. It's printed on your money. There you go. There it is. See it? See how it changed? There's one layer of ink right there. Watch. There's the next layer of ink right here. Now watch. There's the third layer of ink. Do you understand what you're answering the question that a bunch of people are asking, which is why are we getting warned about how to stay safe from a nuclear attack right now? Like, what? And then this new PSA sort of area explaining how to do just that, keep yourself safe from it. So there, Eric Adams.
Wow, the heat is so strong. Very dry. Bloody hell. Just very dry. Yeah, gotta turn the computer off as well. Overheating. Perpetrators are radiating me upstairs. Okay. It's interesting if whatever room I might be in the go. So 9 hours I've been streaming. 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 Right, signing out, okay.